All
Good
right.
morning, Mr. Chair. Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were waiting. I was a little child crisis, but it's been handled. We're good.
No problem. All right. So we can go ahead and start the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and give you a countdown, and we can go ahead and go live from there. Okay, Mr. Chair?
KJ, hold on one second. Commissioner Ariella, would you like to start off by having us read, since we're not on MBTV, the ways that people can join through Facebook, telephone, or on the Zoom webinar ID?
Tonya, I don't have the script for that, so why don't you go ahead and read that off?
Okay, I'll read that as soon as the meeting starts.
Okay.
All right, we're ready. All right, stand by for air. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning, everyone. This is our Finance and Economic and Resiliency Committee meeting Friday morning. And before we begin, there's an announcement for those who are watching and want to participate in commenting when we do public comments. Tonya, would you like to read the disclosure?
Yes, happy to do so. So due to impacts from COVID-19, we're currently unable to broadcast the Special Commission and Finance meetings today on MBTV. You can view them by tuning in to the Zoom app and joining via webinar ID 873-43999-500. Again, that's 873-439-99500. Or you can join by telephone toll free by calling 888-475-4499 and entering the webinar ID 873-43999-9500 and hitting the pound sign. If you do that and wish to speak, please press *9 to raise your hand. You can also view the meetings on our Facebook page live by going to facebook.com/City of Miami Beach. These meetings are being recorded and will be re-aired on MBTV at a later date.
Thank you, Tonya. Okay, colleagues, let's get going. John Woodruff, are you going to kick us off? We're going to start with item number 1, which is finalizing fiscal year 2021 proposed budget.
Absolutely. So this is the third of 3 budget workshops. The first was held on June 16th, where we went primarily over the capital budget. The second was last week, July 17th, where we went through the operating budget. And today's goal is really to try to finalize the budget for the upcoming 2 public hearings in September. So this presentation is a little bit shorter than the prior ones. We're going to be summarizing where we've landed to date, and then just providing some additional information that was also requested at the second budget workshop. So I'm going to try to share my screen at this point, see if we can get the presentation up. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, great.
Yes.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly summarize where we landed on the capital budget, because I believe we're in good shape there. And then we'll spend most of our time just talking about the operating budget and some final decisions we need to make there before we move on to the 2 public hearings in September. So at the last meeting, we discussed options to fully fund North Beach, the $2 million gap that was in North Beach Oceanside Park. The commission landed at option 2A, to defer for other projects in order to fully fund that project. And so here on slide 4, you can see that we've added $2 million to the park project, and we've subtracted out the funding for the other projects, with the understanding that if and when we get the bids and they come in below that $2 million, that they don't need all of that money for that particular project, that then we would propose funding again these projects, 1 or more of these projects, and we would look at the rest of them during next year's capital budget process. So that's really the update for the capital budget. So moving over to the operating budget, we had, after we finished balancing the non-COVID gap, we had an additional $2 million. So one of the new things that happened just from last week was that we received reimbursement for Miami-Dade County Schools for our police officers and schools program of $281,000. So that was in addition to our revenues that we hadn't counted before. At the last meeting, the committee also recommended adding $10,000 of funding for the CAP program. We have a small adjustment for the living wage, which was also adopted at the last budget workshop. And then we took the difference, which is an additional $293,000, and just added it to the general fund contingency. We always try to budget a $1 million contingency, so this would be over and above that. And then we took that $2 million that's left over and reduced the use of general fund reserve. And so before I get into summarizing where we landed on the reserve, Commissioner Richardson, did you want to bring up that potential add that we discussed during a briefing yesterday?
Yeah, if the chair will allow me to do that now, that would be a good time. Is that okay, Chair?
Yeah, please, absolutely.
Thank you. So one of the things that came up at the commission meeting last week was a discussion about the community development and economic development team and the potential new hire. And I know that I had some reservations and some other people had some reservations, not necessarily about the candidate, but about how the department would be structured. So I've been having some conversations with the administration over the last week since that commission meeting. And I feel strongly that we need to make sure that both the community development and the economic development functions are satisfied. And I would like to propose that we have 2 slots. And I think we need one person that is dedicated to economic development. You know, I didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time with Bo when I started in November, but it seemed to me that he was spending most of his time on community development and not a lot of time on economic development. And it sort of makes sense in a way, in that when you're in the community, the folks that are more interested in community development live with you and are in front of you. So they maybe have that as a higher priority. So what I would like, and I've talked to the administration, I think that they're supportive of, is that because I know that the administration is going to bring back the candidate next week, and I didn't want to have this conversation at the same time we were trying to make a decision on her candidacy. But I feel strongly we should have 2 people. One person could run the department if that's Ms. Williams, if the commission feels so inclined, but we should have another person that's solely dedicated to economic development. So I wanted to put that out for everybody to so we could discuss it.
Thank you for raising that that point, Colin. I mean, can we ask Jimmy? Jimmy, how do you feel about that idea?
Well, I know that in the conversations that occurred last week, plus this individual conversation with some of you, the idea, and I think, Mr. Chair, you also emphasized somebody who would be sort of a business recruiter focused on the attraction and retention of businesses, and which a director of the department obviously would play a role in, but would also be running the CRA and doing the work with the bids, et cetera. So if the idea is to sort of have one person who's, wakes up every morning thinking about how do we attract new industries, new businesses, how do we retain the ones we have, it certainly would be a useful addition to the portfolio of work in that department. And that individual, by doing that, wouldn't necessarily then get caught up in the community meetings and things like that until such time as maybe a business was coming or whatever, but could focus on working with the trade groups, the business recruiters, all that kind of thing. So it would be a useful tool in that department.
Jimmy, do you have somebody now on staff that you could reshuffle responsibilities and put on that? I mean, my concern is just growing government. Seems like community outreach, lots of people in our organization do that in some capacity. Might we take that away from some of our people and then consolidate that role in one person? rather
I mean,
than just grow headcount.
I don't think I have anybody on staff now who has that skill set per se. So I do think we'd need to, find. I mean, if the idea is to find somebody who's got the relationships, the network, I don't think we have that person on staff now. Now, whether or not, in terms of it's adding headcount or reclassifying a position. I mean, we've got over 200 frozen positions right now. We could reclassify a position for this purpose if the idea is we don't want to add headcount. But I don't have anybody right now who I would say would be perfect for this role, if that's the question.
I think you and Eric and so many other folks would agree that, a large part of your job and more is consumed with these community meetings. I had a briefing, I think we all had briefings with the resiliency team yesterday, and, Roy and Alina and others talked about how much time they've spent recently just with the South Point Park neighborhood to, do community outreach. So I agree with Commissioner Richardson that it is a very time consuming task. A lot of our folks are doing that now. And I don't know, Commissioner Richardson, if that's your vision, to consolidate some of that work in a person, but a lot of our time is consumed with that community outreach. How can we do that without just growing headcount? That's my question. I don't know if that's the spirit, Commissioner Richardson. But it's a very good point. So what am you and I on the same page? And I see Commissioner Samuel has his hand up.
I know Commissioner Samuel raising his hand. So if you want to recognize him, I'm happy to wait.
Okay, Commissioner Samuel.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola. And, I will, of course, look forward to hearing my colleague, Commissioner Richardson, expand a little more about what he has in mind. I guess a couple reactions I have. First, I think this idea of focus on business recruitment is smart. I like that idea. So I envisioned that would fall under this economic development individual. So if that's what we're talking about, then I could see that is a role that we may need. I too share the concern of my colleague, Commissioner Ariola, of adding headcount. I think right now we're being told to avoid recurring cost. So if we do want to go down this path, it would probably be maybe shifting someone over, I guess is what I'm thinking, or readjusting headcount. I do think there's a business recruitment need. I'm not sure if I'm ready today to pull the trigger on a new position.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson, and then Steinberg, and then Gongora.
Well, I've already spoken, so let me defer to my colleagues, Commissioner Steinberg and Gongora. And then I'll speak again. Thank you.
And then one thing before I forget, and I'll try not to. I since we're on the topic, if we could discuss amongst ourselves, what do we want out of the position for the economic development person, because we will be potentially voting next week on the candidate that's being put before us. And I think we should all talk about the job description we want. So thank you, Commissioner Richardson, for bringing this up.
And just to that point, and I will defer to the others. I've said that we shouldn't fill that position until we know what we want the department and the roles to be, because it wouldn't be fair to any candidate. So, but with that, let me defer to my colleagues.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, we'll go Steinberg and Gongora, and then I see Eric Carpenter has his hand up. So let's go with Steinberg and Gongora and see where we're at. Then I'll call on you, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for bringing it up. I think it's an important dialogue, and this is the time to discuss it. However, based on what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong from what I'm hearing from Ricky's description of what you are discussing in terms of community development, I'd like some clarification maybe from Tonya, because we have Kevin now, who is supposed to be the community liaison. So can someone explain to me what the difference is between what Kevin does and what maybe potentially we're looking for, just so I have clarification?
Commissioner, if I could, Kevin, they're more sort of the information officers to the community. Their job is to make sure information is getting out to the community, organizing meetings when necessary. But there's no question that not just Bo, but the person before him, this role of economic development has involved a lot of community outreach. The CRA, now that we've got the, for example, the finding of necessity approved by the county, is going to involve putting together now a master plan, development plan for the CRA, which is going to involve, actually the law requires public meetings, community input and outreach to put that together so that it comes back to the city commission and county commission. So by its very nature, that role will be community. It's economic development in the CRA, but it is community outreach. Working with the bids have certainly been working with the community. I mean, so it's the 41st Street Committee is community as well. So there's a tremendous overlap in the city. And I think what I'm hearing, at least the way I interpreted the conversations with Commissioner Richardson, and I also think with Chairman Ariola is we want somebody who isn't necessarily going to be focused on those meetings, but the meetings they're going to be having is with business recruiters, with industry sectors that we want to target, sort of working less maybe from out in the neighborhoods and more from the desk, at least virtually for now, or traveling at some point maybe to talk to prospective businesses, also to work with existing businesses on retention. So a little bit of a different role, but so I think Kevin, they're more sort of outreach to working with the HOAs and things like that. There is a community function though in the economic development side, particularly since we're doing things like the bids and the CRA.
Mickey, are you done?
Yes, I mean, they do overlap, and you're going to need whoever's doing economic development. It goes hand in hand, as you said. And at this point, I don't know until I guess maybe you define that role as to what the expectations are. I don't know that we need to bring maybe someone specifically for that. If it does go hand in hand, as you're saying, and overlaps, they should be able to encompass both. So if you want to have that focus separated, they would have to work so closely together. I don't know how you would do that, but I'm open to the discussion and to seeing where it goes. But at this time, with our financial constraints, I want to make sure that we're really thinking of this with the right lens, but obviously not shortchanging the community. You want to make sure we have that community development as well. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Gongora, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I think it's an interesting idea to perhaps explore having a community development person. I just don't think that this is the right timing to create a new position. The economic development director position that we're looking to create, I think, is a $170,000 job. I assume that the community development person would be another six-figure job. And in a bad year where we're looking to potentially lay off an entire department that's on the chopping block, I think it sends the wrong message to create another high-paid administrative position. I also think that the community development director would be more impactful post-COVID, when we're actually back into a moving world where there's more meetings and happenings. Right now, it seems for the foreseeable future, we're more of in a Zoom time, phone time, and I'm not sure that this year the position would be as helpful. I also prefer when the administration recommends to us to create positions rather than the commission, because it leads to the idea that there's somebody in mind for the job, or I'm not clear what the job is to come up at the last budget briefing before we break for the summer and we're finalizing the budget. So my preference would be to explore this, look at it perhaps in the next fiscal year, define what the role would be better, and repurpose somebody to take over those community development duties that we don't want the economic development director doing right now.
Okay. Eric, you have your hand up. Eric Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to hopefully help clarify a little bit what we were talking about with this position. And the manager touched on it. It's really somebody who wakes up every single day. And in this COVID time where we're going to have a significant number of open spaces in businesses in the city, we're going to be competing with other jurisdictions for new businesses to come into town. And we're also going to have hopefully new projects coming online that would provide opportunities for us to go out and recruit additional targeted sectors. You know, I had put together a list of some of the duties and responsibilities of that person. You know, research targeted industries and business sectors to identify growing organizations may be looking to move from their existing corporate headquarters, track vacancies and prospective projects in Miami Beach that may present an opportunity to provide space for a targeted industry, look at opportunities to create incubators with selective business sectors that may make the city more attractive to targeted industries, identify barriers to relocation to Miami Beach and suggest appropriate legislation or incentives to remove those barriers, work with state and county business incentive programs and identify additional resources Miami Beach can leverage to provide incentives for relocation, and attend trade shows and other events to promote the city of Miami Beach as not just a destination, but a home base for some of these businesses that we'd really like to recruit. So just thought that that would help frame the discussion a little bit of somebody that really just wakes up every day, similar to what we did with the beach, where we had somebody that woke up every day thinking about how do we make Miami Beach, the beach itself, the best it can be. This is about somebody who wakes up every day and thinks about how do we get these targeted businesses to Miami Beach to diversify our economy and put us in the best position to rebound from COVID. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Eric. Commissioner Richardson, you have your hand up, and then Commissioner Gongora also has his hand up.
Okay, so let me try to summarize where I'm coming from and what I've been thinking about. So I actually brought this concept up in the workshop that we all had at the Botanical Garden, where I said, there's a difference between community development and economic development. They're very different concepts. And in the short time that I've been here, I observed back in November, December, that it seemed like the city was doing a lot more community development and very little economic development. So when Mr. Martinez was leaving his position, I asked him to come by for an exit interview so I could learn more about what he had been working on. And I posed the question to him and said, I've only been here a few months, but it seems to me that most of your activities are related to community development, community engagement, working on the CRA and that sort of thing. And I really don't see that you've spent a lot of time going out and getting new industries that are brought to the city. So, and he said, that was a fair observation. And, I think, and I'm going to try to paraphrase, he basically said he didn't set the priorities were set by the administration. And as I just said previously, I think that community development activities will always get the priority over economic development because the people who are most interested in community development are here with us in our community. The people who may benefit from our economic development activities may be somewhere else in another state, and we have to go find them, or they're in another community, we have to go find them, and we have to convince them that their business will be better off here in Miami Beach than where they are currently residing. So what I think we need, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues that we are in a crisis mode, an economic crisis. But if you recall back in March and April when we did the hiring freeze, I publicly said then that the only exception that I would make to that is related to the economic development department. So now with the candidate that was positioned and presented to us last week, I think she's a fine candidate. But I had some hesitation because I didn't know what the department was going to look like. And also, quite frankly, I think her resume is more leans towards community development. And while she has some economic development, she had a win with getting an airline moved to the community. I don't know if that was something she recruited, quite frankly, or I don't know if the CEO happened to live in the neighborhood. I remember many, many years ago, I was working with a client and a very large corporation, and they brought in a new CEO. And so a year later, he moved the whole entire 800 employees or offered a job. He moved it from New York to Pennsylvania, and he just happened to set up a corporation that was 2 miles from his home. So, I think that she's a fine candidate, but I think I want to make sure that if we're going to consider her, we give her every opportunity to be successful. And while she may be able to run the department, I don't think that she's the right person to do economic development. And I think we have to have a dedicated person that wakes up every morning, is aggressive, and says, I'm going to find the next business today that we need to have in Miami Beach. I know the chair has mentioned several times financial services industries. I think those are ideally suited for Miami Beach. And I think we can sell that idea, and we need to go find them and get them here. But my concern is that if we have somebody here and if they're trying to wear two hats, they're not going to be successful with the economic development piece because they're just not going to have time. And that's why I'm proposing it. And I do think, as the manager said, we've got several positions that are frozen. And so we could probably look for an opportunity in one of those to reclassify it and move it here. So those are my thoughts. I'm happy to answer any questions from my colleagues about my proposal.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for bringing this up. It's something that was on my mind and I was going to bring up in a different capacity later. First up, Commissioner Samuelin, you have your hand up. This is a really good and very, very important conversation. I'm going to try to, allow us to talk about it, but then bring it into a close. We have a long day, and if need be, if you guys will consent, if we can't wrap it up in the next, say, 15, 20 minutes, we'll table it for a little bit later in the day, just so we can move some things through the process. This won't be the final time we, vote on the budget. We have until the end of September, so we still have some wiggle room. But this is a very good conversation, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too agree. It's a very good discussion. Sort of what I'm taking away is we're really, in some sense, having two conversations. It's about this business recruitment role, but it's also about the role of economic development. And of course, just a reminder, we actually have a candidate coming forward, and in theory, we're looking to make a vote soon. So we clearly need to sort of sort through this, whether it's now or at some point later. From my eyes, I would see this business recruitment fitting under economic development. Just a reminder, I believe economic development, we're aware, that's really a new role. We created that a year ago. So I think that person, once we finalize the candidate, they sort of have to hit the ground and sort of put their thoughts together of how this all comes. I wouldn't want to mandate to them what they need to do. I'm also operating on assumption that the economic development director does have some personnel. So maybe if I could just frame that in a question, does the economic development director under the current structure have any direct reports? And that's to the administration.
Jimmy? Eric?
Yeah, there are a few folks in the department. I don't know the exact head count. Amy, Goodell, and Justin, and a few others. But like I said, none of them, if the desire is to have this sort of economic business recruiter, almost I would call it, none of them have that skill set. But they've been staffing, the work with the 41st Street committees, the bids, and whatnot, and been working obviously on the creation of the CRA. So there is a small staff there. It's not a big department.
Great. Thank you for that. So my preference is that we do what we need to do to be 100% clear about this economic development role, this position, that we get ourselves in a posture so that we can try and fill that position, hopefully sooner rather than later, because there are some glaring needs. And I agree with Commissioner Richardson, we need to get things going from a recruitment standpoint. Frankly, we have some important issues in the MXC that some folks have got to start working on right away. But I'm not today ready to mandate a position that I think would report to this new development director. I'd rather get that one straight. Let's nail that and then revisit this once that person has sort of hit the ground and running.
Okay. I see one hand up from the public, and I'll call on that person. It's Lyle Stern. Before you go, Lyle, just want to ask my colleagues, after Lyle's done with his comments, what you want to do with this. I, for one, would like to give Eric and Jimmy and whomever else on the job description that we believe this candidate to have, because next week we will be voting potentially on a candidate that's being brought before us. So we should at least have a meeting of the minds on what we want this person to do, and then we can fairly decide whether the candidate will meet that criteria. So think about that for a few minutes, because I'd like to discuss that. And then let's hear from Lyle Stern. Lyle, are you on?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Oh, okay, great. So I've been listening in. I'm going to try to hit a lot of bullet points, and then I'll just put together a thought document and email it to everybody, because I think everybody here is incredibly well-intentioned, and clearly there are lots of ideas. Don't hire anyone now. This role has not been defined, and there are things that we need to do now. I don't care who you hire. You're not going to be a wizard with a magic wand. I think the first thing we have to do is really take a step back and ask ourselves, what are we promoting? Miami Beach doesn't have a targeted brand company that wakes up every morning and says, we're going to go out and market and make sure that the rest of the world knows about our beaches, our hotels, our residential communities, our golf courses, our office buildings, our public streets. First thing we have to do is create a brand image. People want to go where there's a brand image. The second thing we have to do is recognize that, portions of the private sector are already leading the effort here, with Perez's office building on Terminal Island, what Brad Comer wants to do in Sunset Harbor, what Michael Schvo is doing. Most important thing we can do is help them build the brand message by allocating funds to hire a great top line company to deliver that message. The other thing we can do is recognize that when people want to come here, they need help getting through the permitting process. They need help getting open. So that, there are leases in play right now that just need to get done. The fact that Wynwood and the Design District, all have more followers than the city of Miami Beach just speaks to how we market ourselves in our social media and our content. This is no one's fault, but I think we have to address what we want to accomplish. People come here because of the message that we're delivering. So I think that before we hire someone, we should really spend a lot more time, and you should invite the private sector into this conversation to determine what we need. Jimmy and Eric were right on. What we do need, in my opinion, is one person whose sole job it is every day is to oversee and help each of the bids and neighborhood organizations that are already in the city trying to improve their little districts with whatever it is, whether it's trees or cleaning or painting or helping people get permits. That's the most important rubber meets the road thing that we can do in the city. In terms of hiring an economic development director or a community development director, we have time to do that, and we have to define that role, and we should really hire a powerhouse. But first thing we have to do is ask ourselves, do we have the product that we want to deliver? We haven't had a Class A office building built in this city, I think, in over 10 years, and we're competing with spectacular Class A offices being built on the other side of the bay, who are also marketing themselves and delivering a message. So I don't want to go on and on. I'll put together a thought document for you all, but I believe we have to start with the first thing we have to do is figure out how we're going to market ourselves and who's going to do that. And we should have a global RFP and invite the best of the best to come in and help brand and market our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle. It's interesting you bring that up. Later on today, we're going to be talking about an extension on the GMCVB's contract, and ostensibly that's a big part of their role. So I think that's a timely comment. Two more hands up from the public, and I apologize for not stating so, but let's try to keep comments at 2 minutes if possible, because we got a long meeting. It's Matisse Cohen and then Mitch Novick.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to say that I agree with everything that Lyle just mentioned. Just not to forget that North Beach also has a lot of issues, and everything he said, please take to heart, because I think that we are at a crucial time and a critical moment in the economy, and I think that his comments were very, very wise, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mitch, you're up.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I also agree with Lyle Stern regarding the GMCVB. I think it's time to move on. They have, they certainly haven't represented my interests. Every time the Ocean Drive Association has an issue, they paraded right behind them, seeking support. And look at what we have in the entertainment district. It's been disastrous. And I would urge you later when you discuss this matter to look at severing your relationship with the GM CVB. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, last public comment. I don't have a name. It's a Galaxy S10 Plus.
Ricky, I'll give you a guess based on my voice. How are you? Good morning.
Is that Wayne?
It is.
Okay, good morning, Wayne.
I just want the commission to understand that recruiting businesses is really about creating the environment for the workers and the industry to do well. And building 300-foot micro units or $10 million condos and utilizing our resources, our tax resources for the hotel industry, and not cleaning up the streets and not making this environment more plausible for their company to arrive, you're not gonna succeed. And we have to do a bottom-up review of the entire political process that drove us to this spot, this place in the world. And Miami Beach is a beautiful place, but it's becoming less so every day. And it's because of the policies that we've made over time. And I would say over the last decade made it even worse. And it seems like the policy is getting worse and worse by the day. And there has to be a review of the entire goals of the city. And nobody's going to succeed in that role without it. Thank you.
Okay, that was it for the public comments. Jimmy, you have your hand up, and then I think Commissioner Richardson, did you want to speak? Your hand's not up, but I think I heard your voice.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay,
Jimmy.
Yeah, I just sort of following up a little to Lyle. There is the critical role that he describes, which is we do have 2 active bids. We have obviously the ODA and the efforts going on there. We have an active 41st Street committee. We now have a CRA initiative that needs to now really, once we sort of probably get back from a little bit of a break in August, pick up some steam. So we do need a director in that role, because that what I think Mr. Richmond calls community development is very active. And the CRA, I mean, I think we should not underplay. That was quite a coup led by you all to bring a new CRA to North Beach and the tax increment financing. So we do need someone to spearhead that. Eric oversees that department, but he's got a huge portfolio as well. So the folks there do need somebody to sort of bring that together, and certainly whether it's this candidate or not, somebody who can do that. So I would not, I think we need to move forward with those roles, regardless of whether or not we're at the point right now where we think a business recruiter is needed or it's the right time. But we do need to work with those bids, the 41st Street Committee, and obviously the significant work to get to the next level of approvals with a plan, et cetera. So, we need somebody to direct that department who brings, even if it's just that portfolio, to get that done, because that's still an important role that needs to be done.
Can I
started all this? See if you can bring it in.
Well, I think it's been a needed conversation. So let me just say that I totally agree with what Jimmy just said, in that we need a person now. We've got a lot of activities that need to be accomplished in terms of the community development piece. So we desperately need to move forward with that. I'm glad we're having the conversation, because it really relates to the conversation we had last week about the candidate that was put in front of us. And so we need to have this conversation about community development versus economic development. I think in Miami Beach, it's very difficult for the same person to wear the 2 different hats I saw in the short time that I was here. But it doesn't sound like there's a lot of appetite here to doing that. So we'll have another conversation next week. I do think that we should bring a candidate in, but I think if my colleagues believe that the one person can successfully wear both hats, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's possible. And to Commissioner Gongora's point, I absolutely don't have anybody in mind. I don't know anybody that does economic development, so I won't be collecting resumes and passing those on to the administration. But my concern is that if we move forward, we're going to satisfy the community development piece, but the economic development piece, which is more related to business recruitment and new industries, is going to be once again the stepchild, if you will. So, but Chair, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of appetite here. I don't know exactly what we'll do next week because it doesn't sound like we really have agreement on what the role and what this position looks like. And while Jimmy needs to fill and the city needs to fill this position, I don't know how we do it if we don't have consensus on what the duties and responsibilities are. So that concerns me. And if there is a belief that the candidate put in front of us is going to be successful at doing both economic development and community development, I don't think that's a model that would work with this particular candidate or perhaps any candidate. But anyway, I'll leave it there, sir.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you. Very important conversation. And I personally don't want to leave this lingering. So I do want to bring this to a close. Hopefully today, either right now or later, you know, as I run the meeting, I'll try to get us to close. I see your hand up, Mark. Just before I call on you, I just want to throw out a couple things. You know, later today we're going to be voting on some potential downsizing, particularly of the parking department, and I'm very concerned about growing our government, adding positions, particularly six-figure positions, when we're cutting, you know, lower level employees and the signal that sends. So, you know, I want us, as we go through this budget and think about different departments and stuff, that we really are truly tightening our belts throughout, you know, and not just continuing to grow government. So as we wrestle with this position in this department, if we are going to grow it, and I'm not opposed to it personally, I think it's probably money well spent, that we areas. That's just my sense. Commissioner Samuel and then Commissioner Richardson, you put your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Commissioner Richardson, for engaging us like this. This is a very important conversation. I think the semantics get a little tricky. I agree there's a distinction between economic development and community development, but there's also some close working relationships, right? You're bringing businesses which are good for the community. The point, as I've heard you speak, and I've heard from the administration, that perhaps is most glaring as a gap is business recruitment. A hunter, someone that wakes up in the morning and says, I want to bring businesses to Miami Beach. And I agree that is a gap. I've always wondered, I hear the Beacon Council's bringing this company and they're bringing this to Dade County, et cetera, and we don't get any. And that's a gap. And I thank you for flagging that. And I see that this new group that we set up about a year ago, economic development, should have more robust capabilities with respect to business recruitment. Where I'm at is I think we need to, sooner rather than later, get the right candidate into the director position. And if I had to think of what we need, and I don't care what we call it, but I'll throw two things on the table. One, we need someone to honcho the CRA. That's a big deal. And we just got that done. And someone better wake up in the morning and worry about that. And number two, someone better really give some thought to the Ocean Drive MXE and what we're going to be as that proceeds. So where I'm at today is I don't want to add another position. I want to note that we have a gap perhaps in business recruitment that would fall under this director. But I really hope, whether we have the right candidate or not, that's a separate question. I hope we fill that position soon because someone needs to address the CRA and the MXE with a degree of urgency.
Commissioner Rich, Jimmy, do you have your hand up also? No? Jimmy? Is your hand up, Jimmy?
Yeah, no, I left it up. I apologize.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Richardson, did you put your hand back up?
Yeah, let me just say again, because I hear like bloating government and words like that, and I think that people who know me and my background know that I'm exactly opposite of that. I'm a budget cutter actually, and in fact, if you were to talk to the administration over the last week, they're probably tired of having some of the conversations we've had to have about my proposals on cost cutting. But I do think this is an important role. Sometimes you have to spend money to be successful. And I'm not at all in the bloating government role. We're going to have a conversation later about some other employees and right sizing. And I don't think we'll be laying off large numbers of people as some people have speculated previously, but I think we should just table the conversation, Chair. And I do feel strongly that we need to make sure we have a successful person to handle the community development, and maybe down the road we'll focus on business recruitment as the part of the economic development that I think has been lost. But I think let's move on.
Okay, only because next week we will be voting potentially on a candidate that's being put before us. Do you want to? I mean, I think we've already discussed some of the ideas for the role, and hopefully Eric is taking notes. But any further direction we want to give staff so that we can fairly evaluate this comments from colleagues. If not, I'll chime in on my thoughts. Okay, seeing no hands. The role of economic development in my mind, even pre-COVID, I was feeling this way, but certainly post-COVID, I don't know what the landscape is finally going to look like. Nobody does, but I fear massive vacancies throughout our commercial corridors. And if we don't intelligently attract businesses, what might get filled in the void are establishments we don't want to see. And my personal belief in the MXE district is that we're 20 years too late in having district. And what filled the void are these low-end t-shirt shops, surf shops, pizza by the slice joints, tattoo parlors, occult book shops, and tarot card readers, and just really low-end stuff, and a CVS in every corner. And we've plagued that whole district with really crappy retail, and we doomed it to failure. We cannot get good tenants in there because we never took control of it over it. And I, congratulate the mayor for bringing this forward in a forceful way, and we'll see how that shakes out. But we're going to have that same problem. Certainly in North Beach, we already have that problem, and COVID is only going to exacerbate the problem. If we don't proactively work with the business community to reimagine how we want Miami Beach to look, what might come in its place is just, first tenant that can pay the rent, desperate property owners taking those people in, and then we're stuck with the consequences. What I'd like to see this economic development department do is being extremely proactive in creating, not just bringing businesses, but creating incentives, helping us craft legislation to make it attractive for businesses to come, et cetera. Because a lot of the legislation that has been offered in the past couple of years has come from us. I'd really like to see a professional person who has done this for 20 years and has the ability to go talk to businesses and craft, incentives to make it attractive to come to Miami Beach. So, really somebody can help us do the heavy lifting and not just leave it to us to, constantly be coming up with these ideas. So, that's what I'm looking for in this person, but it's imperative. This is going to be one of the most critical positions we fill during our tenure. Those are my thoughts. Okay, seeing no hands, we'll move on from this. John, you want to take over the presentation and
Yes, we'll go ahead and continue.
John, I think before you handed this off, you asked a question about any additions that we may have. Is this the time for us to bring those additions up?
Sure.
Colleagues, because I have one small addition for us to consider that I should have brought up last week, and in the hustle and bustle, I forgot. Anybody have any additions that we want to talk about? Okay, here's mine. I had gotten outreach last week, and I don't know if all of you did, from the Botanical Garden. Everybody, they've been affected by the COVID crisis, but they a little more than some others because they're located next door to the testing facility and our COVID hospital. And so they've struggled to reopen and do anything there. And they've asked for some aid from us to the tune of $50,000 to help them, you know, with their budget crisis. So what's the appetite for that? Anyone have their hand up? Anyone opposed? Okay, Commissioner Samuel, and you were first, and then Commissioner Gongora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love the Botanical Garden, and I'm sure it's a tough time. Question, we've allocated some funds for cultural grants. Would they qualify for any of that money?
John, and Jimmy, maybe you could help me here because I know you and I have worked with them to try to get the National Guard and the folks running the facility to allow them to open. Maybe you can help us with you know, and then can we allocate money from our cultural grant to them?
I mean, I think they are a cultural organization that would qualify under the definitions. John, or I don't know if maybe Heather, I think they qualify.
Yeah, let's get Heather up. I believe she just texted me saying that they received a portion of the first $1 million, but it'd be great to get her on and confirm that.
So the Botanical Garden is getting $46,300 and $500 from the Emergency COVID Grant Program.
Okay.
And then they're also getting their CAC grant for 2021 at $18,550. So their total right now is $64,800.
And we have the new $1 million allocation that they could potentially apply for as well, right, Heather?
Exactly, and they can apply again, yes.
Okay, we can move quickly on this. Gongora, Steinberg, and then Richardson have their hands up. And I don't know if anyone from the Botanical Gardens is watching and want to chime in. Jimmy, they're not open right now, right? Do you know?
No.
They, I think they are open. The problem is that the entrance is off of, I think, Dade Boulevard. Now, we probably could work with them. I think, Heather, I think we've talked about whether or not we could do a back entrance off of 19th Street, which is right off of the parking lot. I don't know if they've been interested in that or not. The challenge is their main entrance is right on the corner of 19th and Convention Center Drive is impacted, particularly now with all the traffic going through. But we could, I think there was an opportunity to try to create another entrance on the backside. Is that right, Heather?
Yes, we had the testing site move their fencing back, so their back of house access in the parking lot is now accessible, but the garden didn't want to have people coming through their rear service entrance. So that's, and then they're just concerned of just about the optics of having the testing site just right there.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Gongora, Steinberg, and then Richardson, maybe we can fly through this. We could have a placeholder, and if somebody from the Botanical Garden can give us a little bit better direction of what their needs are, then we can decide yes or no. Commissioner Gongora?
Yes, actually, Samuel asked the question I was going to ask first, if they could get the money through the Cultural Relief Fund. Since we are allocating so much additional money to help those groups, that would be a better source of funding. I wouldn't oppose a one-time relief fund, but I think they should provide something a little bit more significant to the city to justify what the money is going to be used for. But I don't have an objection to putting a placeholder there while they do that.
Okay, Commissioner Steinberg?
My comments are similar to Mark and Michael's as to the Cultural Relief Fund and how much dollars are being allocated to which cultural funds have received, cultural institutions have received those funds, and what are the funds being used for exactly, so we understand. I am a little conflicted about this because we have a lot of cultural institutions, and while they are unique because of where they're located, they also have an advantage because they're mostly outdoors, and a lot of people are doing more things outdoors, and maybe we need to help publicize that and help them in a marketing effort and social media effort to let them know that they're there, they're open, and it's outdoors, which is safer, according to many of the people who are telling us these days. And so if you want to add a line item now, but it's not a commitment to it, fine. But I don't know that ultimately I'll support the full $50,000 until I understand more how it relates with our other cultural institutions.
Okay, all fair. I'm just bringing it up because I was asked, and I, do feel bad that they're being impacted with the testing facility, but we'll decide when we get a little more clarity. Commissioner Richardson and then Minor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I feel bad that they're being affected too, but almost all of our cultural institutions are shut down and not able to have audiences and so forth, and they are outdoors. I'm hesitant to carve out a special deal for one because then I think everybody else is going to say, well, what about me? I should have a carve out as well. So I would be in favor of just making sure and making it very explicit that they are eligible to go through the same process that everybody else goes through. But I'm very process driven. I think everybody should go through the same process. And as Heather said, I think she said they're getting $64,000 now, and they got part of this emergency $1 million. I actually helped set up that fund, so I'm a big believer in it. And I think that we've already approved up to $1 million next year, and they'll be eligible for that. So, but if they have additional information they want to provide, we can consider that as well.
Great. Commissioner Minor, and then Commissioner Gongora, is your hand still up or is that a hangover? Holdover. Okay,
Thanks, Chair.
okay.
I agree with the comments on the botanical garden. I also had one other light item. I don't know if you want to wait till we finish this discussion on the botanical garden, then I can raise it.
Wrap up with botanical garden, and then I did ask if there's any more last minute additions. Now's the time, according to John Woodruff. So if you have something you want to bring forward, then do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise one item. Actually, John and Jimmy had mentioned that this is probably a good time this meeting to raise it. So I had sponsored an item about a volunteer citizens patrol that would be under the jurisdiction of the police department, and it would engage our citizens to basically do a volunteer patrol. The item passed through neighborhoods unanimously. It's actually going to be on the commission agenda next Wednesday. It's a very minimal expense, but there is about $26,000 that when this program gets rolled out in this fiscal year, we would need accounted for. So I just wanted to raise that item because if it does pass on Wednesday, we'll just need the $26,000 allocated.
Fair. Samuelin.
Yep, I just want to weigh in with my support for adding that 26,000 for the citizens police. There was a robust discussion at neighborhoods, a lot of support. I've since heard from many community members that think this is a good idea. I think we should jump on it, and I would like to support the idea of including that in the budget.
Okay, all right. Hands are flying. Commissioner Richardson and then Gongora. Commissioner Minor, is your hand still up? Okay,
just put it down. Thanks.
Okay, got it. Richardson, then Gongora.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious what somebody, maybe Commissioner Minor can tell us what the $26,000 is for.
Sure. So there would be some minimal uniform that they would some kind of uniform that the volunteers would wear. There's also the radio dispatch system, so the volunteers would have communications ability with the police department. There's potential of using golf carts to help the volunteers be a bit mobile. They'll probably mostly be on foot, but mostly those are the expenses involved.
And is this similar to what I guess seen as neighborhood crime watch programs, and is the police in support of this initiative?
Yes, I mean, I could let Jimmy speak to it, but the city administration is fully behind it. I've been working very closely with the Chief Clements, and they are fully behind this program, correct?
I don't have any objection to putting the 26,000 in the budget. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. All right. Well, Commissioner Gongora, did you put your hand back up?
Yeah, just really briefly, because we discussed this at neighborhoods and I support it. And Commissioner Minor, you were listening when I suggested you place this in the budget as a placeholder. The one thing though, because I think this is coming before the commission next week to vote, is we're not starting this until after COVID, I think was the direction at neighborhoods. But this is an excellent community policing program and I look forward to supporting it and the budget placeholder.
Okay, no more hands. Okay, John, you have direction there on that?
Very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
The floor and the Zoom is yours.
All right. I'm going to share my screen again. Let's see. Can you see the presentation? Okay, great. All right. So then I just wanted to summarize the use of reserves that over this current budget year in 2021, given the COVID situation. We started when we were trying to balance 2021, thinking, potentially up to using $15 million of the reserve. We reduced that to 10 at the last meeting. And then with that extra 2 million that was identified during the budget balancing, that is now down to 8. So that leaves us in very strong financial position going into the hurricane season and all the uncertainties in the next budget cycle. So feeling very good about this, and just want to thank the commission for all their help along the way to get to this point. Okay, so also just want to mention a couple of items that came up at the workshop last Friday. So the first, I think, came up during the last conversation, an additional $1 million contribution to the Cultural Relief Fund. It builds on the original 1 million, so a total of 2 million now. We would appropriate 500,000 as of October 1st, and then appropriate the remainder sometime later in the fiscal year. We have full flexibility to do that at whatever time makes the most sense, when we have maybe a little clearer picture of what the COVID impact is. A second item that came up was early childcare pilot program. The recommendation was to make a commitment now in 2021 that would then impact the 2022 school year. Because of timing, we have to make the commitment now and then add the funding of $250,000 in 2022. The item is going to be heard on July 29th, but just wanted to, just include it here so that you are aware of it, because it is zero in the coming budget, but it's $250,000 following that. And so the other thing I need to bring up is that I was talking a lot with Dr. Leslie Rosenfeld over the last 2 days regarding the administrative impact of taking on a new program like this. And we have in the recommended budget position reductions, we had included a position in organizational development because we felt that there would be some abilities to absorb some of the work, at least the current work, when they get consolidated into the Human Resources Department. But after we've discussed it at length over the last couple of days, we feel that we need to back off of the elimination of that one position so that we can make sure that not just this one, but all the educational initiatives that we have underway will be successful. So I just wanted to mention that before we move forward. Okay, so now if we're ready
John, let me interrupt you because I see Commissioner Gongora's hand up and then Commissioner Steinberg's hand up.
I'm lowering my hand, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Steinberg, your hand is up. You might be on mute, Mickey.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. I need to understand a little bit more about the early child care pilot program, but you just said that it's going to be on next Wednesday's agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll have time then. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so if we're okay, then I'd like to shift the rest or a good portion of the next few slides. It's going to be talking about parking. So there's been a lot of discussion about parking, following the information that was provided at the last budget workshop, and here lately, especially a lot of misinformation regarding the budget proposal. So I wanted to walk back through it in detail, and then spend a little extra time talking about some new information about potentially placing all of the displaced full-time positions. So I just want to be super clear that we are not privatizing the parking department, in case you've come across that piece of misinformation. We're only talking about a portion of parking enforcement that is potentially, being discussed here. So as we go through parking, why are you seeing so much change being proposed in the parking department? It's really because this is a standalone enterprise fund. It's run like a business, and 80% of our demand is from visitors. And so what we're seeing is we've had a negative long-term trend from ride sharing that has slowly eroded the financial position of the parking department for several years. And now they're getting slammed with the impact of COVID-19. And what we're proposing here is to right-size the operation, not just for the short term, but for the long term, to put them, to have the right organizational structure and the right types of costs, so that we can handle different shocks and different kinds of things that come and we experience here in Miami Beach on an almost regular basis. And it's
John, if I could also add another trend that we're seeing is part of some of the discussions that we're having about how we are reimagining our community are also going to impact, because we're losing parking. The closure of Ocean Drive, for example, which I think it looks like will probably be a long-term pedestrian and bicycle path, is eliminating what is $1 million a year of parking revenue off that street. Washington Avenue's reconfiguration, which I think everyone supports, is impacting parking there. 72nd Street parking lot will not be lost as the parking, but all the enforcement that will be gone, because it'll become a garage as part of the aquatic center. So there are also trends in terms of how we're developing the community that are either going to impact revenue on the department, or the need for even manual enforcement. So there's a lot of trends that fit into how this department is going to face the future that we need to really address.
Yes, absolutely. And another thing I want to just underline is really that we also have bonds issued here in the parking system. And it's super important if we want to maintain our parking rating, to keep up our minimum debt service levels and our bond surety, and show and demonstrate clearly in pro formas and projections that we can afford to run this operation while still meeting all of our debt service requirements. And so, we went through a lot to balance this fund and rebalance this fund as part of the 2020 exercise dealing with COVID. And in 2021, again, we're facing another big gap of $13.8 million. And the discussion around changing the structure of parking enforcement is really just one piece of a bigger picture. So that's why I just wanted to show these slides again from last Friday's workshop, where we have the suspension of all pay stations, we're reducing parking funded positions in other departments, we're reducing service levels across the board. We're reclassifying 2 assistant directors downward. We're eliminating 6 other positions, and adding to that mix, Saul Francis, the parking director, has recently decided to move up his retirement date to the end of October, because he's been in that position for many years here at the city. He's more at the top of that salary range. And so the savings, the annual savings, once we get a different person in that role, would more than likely save about $40,000 a year. And so when we're I know the focus in this discussion is probably about right-sizing parking enforcement there. What we're really talking about is that we see a lot of different impacts, whether it's we have high impact events where we need to ramp up staffing, talking about the Super Bowl, National Championship, Art Basel, to we need to scale back dramatically our staffing when we're talking about the impacts of hurricanes, we're talking about Zika, we're talking about COVID. And so in the operation, at least in 2019, lost $1.7 million between what we took in and what we spent. And so we feel that we really need to make this change to a model where we're 50% in-house, 50% contracted, and all those positions be part-time in nature. So I just want to reiterate that. We can pause. Let me just get to a couple more slides, and then maybe we can get into, I'm sure there's going to be quite a bit of discussion here.
Yeah, if you want to, do you want to pause there, John, with parking? Well, you got a couple more parking slides. Finish up that we already got some folks on the public queuing up. So
yeah, let me get to the end of parking, and then I'm sure we can have a good discussion. We're also refinancing some parking bonds. That's going to save $2.6 million. The whole department, along with the rest of the city, is taking furlough days. We're not properly funding our renewal replacement fund, only $1 million of $6 million that we should be funding. So all of these things that we're proposing here are how we balance the budget. So if there's anything in here that we don't want to do as an elected body and administration, we're going to need to find an alternative. We're not happy to be in this position. We're sort of forced into this position given just the financial realities of what's happening out there. So at the last meeting, when we proposed these changes, there were some questions about, okay, how many of these positions are full-time? How many are filled? How many are in enforcement? So I have this slide here just to be super clear. We're talking about across parking, 40 filled full-time positions that would be impacted. 32 of those would be converted to part-time, and 16 part-timers would be eliminated, and 8 non-enforcement full-time positions would be eliminated as well. So just to help quantify and make sure we're all clear as to what's on the table. Now, the main change that's come up since last Friday was that the administration met with the Human Resources Department, and we crawled through the vacancy list, and thanks to having the number of vacancies we've had since the freeze started in March, we feel that we're able to offer a full-time position, an alternative employment with another department for all 40 filled full-time positions. And at the same time, we can't just focus on parking. We're going to try and do that for all the positions that are being impacted across the city. Of course, that's based on an individual's skills and their abilities and willingness to work in another department. And anyone who doesn't want to choose that alternative work, they can stay in the parking department, but they would be converted to part-time. Now, if we're able to place all those folks, which we think we can do, then also another side benefit is most, if not all, the 16 filled part-time positions would no longer need to be eliminated because they could form the core of that 50% in-house enforcement piece. So I think this is a good place to pause and take comments on parking.
great. Okay, let's start with the commission first. Commissioner Samuelin, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, and the administration for bringing forward this update, and also to hear some encouraging news towards the end that looks like we may be able to help out a number of our employees. I absolutely see the need. I'm supportive of the direction, but there's 3 things I want to explore. The first, and perhaps most importantly, I want to make sure that whatever changes we're making in terms of enforcement are going to be fair to our residents, and that they are not going to be adversely impacted in any way. So I think some of the concern when that term privatization, even though it was described as inaccurate, some people think that maybe some people are going to now be treated less than fairly and that there would be overly aggressive enforcement. So my first question, I'd love to hear the administration, what can you share with our residents and the community they will be treated fairly under these proposed changes?
Good morning, Commissioner. Saul Francis here. I can certainly address that question. So in contracted enforcement, obviously that would go through a competitive process through procurement, and we would select the firm and have a professional services agreement. And a key component of that professional service agreement would be performance standards and related penalties. So we would clearly outline in the RFP what the expectations are, what the requirements are, what the enforcement levels will be. The city will certainly control that. That will not be up to the contractor. At the end of the day, the city will deploy, schedule, determine what levels of enforcement and what areas are deemed. This is essentially, it's more akin to a labor contract than anything else, where the contractor is providing employees that are certified in parking enforcement and can do a number of different activities related to parking enforcement. But the administration and the parking department will control and maintain that level of deployment and policy, of course, with the direction from the commission and the city manager as to how we enforce parking in the city.
And Commissioner, if I can add, Saul, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not doing this on an incentive basis. This is going to be on an hourly basis. So we're not going to have,
that is correct.
They're not going to be getting a percentage of how many tickets they issue and kind of thing like that, which I think is one of the concerns that, that these folks will be out there just to issue tickets. They're going to be paid on an hourly basis. We're not creating an incentivized program to, to be stricter or bad in that process. They're going to be hourly employees working for us, provided by somebody else.
Jimmy, thank you for clarifying that. I think that maybe does get at the core of some concerns that people would be incented to give more tickets. And if I heard you correctly, that's not the case. So that's very helpful. Second thing I want to do is talk a little bit about how do we treat our employees most fairly. I think I just got some new news that we found some positions. That's great. I know Commissioner Gongora has raised the concept of some of these employees helping with compliance on masks. One of the thoughts I want to put on the table, and I'd love to hear the administration just give us some assurance that we will do right by these long-term employees, is if indeed we do go with another party to help us with this, parking enforcement, could we have some stipulation that at least for a period of time that they will make our employees whole, not forever, but at least through a transition. So I'll pause there. And Jimmy, and from the administration, what can you share about our employees?
We've done things like that a little bit. Like I know sometimes when we transfer from one janitorial company to another, we've required them to either hire initially the people who were working before, or at least give them a first interview. And that's something certainly that if, as part of a competitive procurement, when we do it, again, that obviously we can't force an employee to want to go work for a private company.
Right.
But I guess if they did not want to take another position in the city and wanted to stay in parking enforcement, we could build that, I think, into a procurement process. Again, we can't guarantee lifetime employment, but we certainly could try to put some language in. And I don't know if maybe Alex Dennis is on, or if Saul has any experience where we could say that, we would want the individuals to be at least hired for the first year. And then, obviously they would have to evaluate whatever. That is something we could try to do as an alternative to, or, in addition to perhaps offering them a position full-time elsewhere in the city.
Thank you for that, Jimmy. That's exactly where I'm going. I know what I'm hearing is we're addressing a lot of these needs, but maybe someone doesn't have the skill set or it doesn't fit. I think we should really give careful thought to what you just described and how we make sure our existing employees who've been with us get the most fair treatment in any transition. My final thought is, while I like that we've thought about a lot of ideas, I want to make sure that we've been doing our due diligence with every single possibility to save cost. And I received, and maybe my colleagues did as well, an email from the president of the CWA. They put forward a number of ideas. I don't think this is the forum to vet all of them. You may have seen it. I'm happy to share it. But one thing they said, for example, that I'd like a comment on, they made a specific recommendation, and I'm going to quote, connect all pay-by-plate machine stations, making it easy for visitors to pay for parking instead of using the app, which half of the time doesn't work, or vast majority don't know how to use it. This sort of implies that we're not getting the money we're due. Is that accurate? Can we address this?
I'll leave Saul.
Yes, Mr. Manager, I'm happy to address that. So the pay stations currently are not functioning because we turned them off at the onset of the pandemic. And that was based on having an environment where it was a touchless payment system, which is our payment through the mobile app. So the pay stations, as I said, currently they're off. The transition to payment through the app, I think, has been very successful. We've not received any complaints of folks that have paid through the app or have wanted to use the pay station and were not able to use it and therefore did not use the app and received a parking ticket. So as far as the app, which is, by the way, Park Mobile, and Park Mobile is the largest provider of mobile payment app. They have the largest share of the market in the United States, has been very successful. They're already in an attrition rate of 50% of our revenue comes through Park Mobile. And quite frankly, this had been a process that we have been going over the last few years of reducing the number of pay stations that we have on the street. That hardware out there and the supporting services are just a cost element that, of course, is one of the things that we're looking for the savings. The Park Mobile app provides an opportunity for folks to not have to touch any equipment. It's easy, it's convenient. They can pay, they can extend their time if they wish. So they get a text message saying your time is about to expire in 15 minutes. If you want to extend, you can. So you don't have to go back to the pay station to extend it. There are a variety of different advantages to the mobile app that obviously the pay station does not provide. And quite frankly, in the industry is moving towards that direction. There are a number of other cities throughout the country and even locally which have transitioned. For example, Miami Parking Authority. Miami Parking Authority has transitioned where 90% of their payment transactions are through the mobile app. So again, that's just where the technology and the industry is heading.
Yeah, thank you for that, Saul. And I'll conclude my remarks with, I appreciate everything you just said, and I love apps. I think they're great. At least there's a perception, accurate or not, that a good part of the time it doesn't work or people don't know what they're doing with it. So I just encourage us to be open to all the good sources of ideas, including from the CWA, because it's obvious they put some thought into it. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm done, and thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one comment to what both Saul and John have said. There was on one of the slides, John showed that the idea is that this is going to be implemented in the new budget year, so it's October 1, and it assumes 75% revenue levels. Right now, in the last report, we're only at 30% revenue levels. So the truth is that even this plan that is proposed before you, which is sort of a hybrid of 50% in-house and 50% outside, assumes that we're back up to a level of revenue at 75%. Until we get there, we're still going to be very much under the current scenario where we're just, have a limited in-house staff and whatnot. And so we're not there yet. We're at 30% revenues right now. The goal is to try to have it in place by October 1. But that depends on where revenues are. And given obviously the surge and COVID and whatnot, my guess is we're not going to be there certainly October 1.
Got you. Okay, Commissioner Gongora and then Commissioner Minor.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say to Saul Francis, I called you last night, but I wanted to say it publicly. I personally was very saddened to hear of your decision to retire early. I've known you since I was first elected in 2006, and you and your wife, Frances, who used to work in the mayor and commission's office when I was here last time, have been a part of the City of Miami Beach family for many years. And I hope that your decision is not impacted by these difficult budget talks or any action of anybody else, and is by your true desire. But I wanted to say that I know that you've been a very good and valuable employee, and you'll be missed.
Thank you,
John.
I appreciate that.
John, how many layoffs are hitting the parking department? You're muted. You're on mute.
I believe it's 48 full-time positions. And
how many?
Increased part-timers from 35 to 42.
Could you repeat the numbers?
We would, okay, it would be 48 full-time positions, not all of them filled, only 40 of them are filled, okay? 48 full-time positions, and the part-timers would actually increase from 35 to 42.
Okay. How many positions in the overall budget are being laid off throughout the entire city?
I can get that. I'm not sure. I can get it in the next few minutes.
Thank you. I would like to know that, because I suspect the overwhelming majority are hitting this one department, which has been my whole problem with this plan, because I know these people. These are men and women that have worked for the city for years, that have families to support. Primarily, these are almost the entire department is Hispanic. So these are minority employees amongst our lowest paid employees that are being cut. And I have a real problem with that. It's hard for me to make those decisions. It hurts, and I don't think I can support this. I have a couple of more questions about this.
Well, just one second. I just want to be super clear that all those folks that you're talking about will have an opportunity to continue to work for the city. So I want everyone who's listening to this to be super clear that we've gone to a lot of effort over the last few days to ensure that any full-time position that is impacted, not just in parking, in any city department, will have an opportunity to continue their employment with the city and continue to be in the pension plan and all the benefits of being a city employee.
No, I realize that you're saying that, and I do appreciate your work. This isn't a reflection on you. As I tell you all the time, I think you do your job very well as CFO to budget is concerned. Other view, but the words that you're using are important to me because I'm an attorney. The words are, they can potentially be offered a full-time position. There are positions available they could apply to. They may continue their employment in the city. The truth is, there's no guarantees that any of them are going to get any of these other jobs, are there?
Yeah, let me address that because I want to, this is an important point, I think, for everyone who's watching this and paying attention to this discussion. Every single person who has a full-time position that's proposed to be eliminated or converted to part-time is going to be offered a position, with a full-time position with the city of Miami Beach in a different department. What exactly that position would be depends on their skills and abilities and so on, but they will be offered a position. That's a fact. That's not maybe or a may. What ends up happening is, depending on what those full-time position folks do, then that would impact the part-timers. The current part-timers that are being proposed to be eliminated, we may be able to keep all those folks who are currently part-timers as well, but our focus right now is on the full-time positions, and they would come first in priority. And my hope is that we're able to keep everyone. I think I can look anybody in the face and say that is our goal. And I think we will be able to accommodate virtually everyone who wants to remain with the city.
Yeah, Commissioner, let me, as the manager, let me say that's exactly our goal. I can't guarantee that they're all going to want to take a job. Some of them may want to actually stay part-time. Some may want to go to a private company or another city. But I think we do want to. The advantage of having 200 frozen positions or 200 plus frozen positions is that we have an opportunity to find places for them. And I know John and Mike Smith went carefully, through the the different classifications and whatnot, and we feel there are an adequate number of positions out there to be offered to them. Again, whether or not they want to do, that's another story. But I do believe our commitment is to have them continue with the city if they want to.
Well, we don't know if they're going to want to either. What are the positions they're going to be offered? Is it sanitation? Is it being a front desk clerk? Is it cleaning a park? Is it a code compliance officer? The position that you offer may impact whether they want to do it or not. So what are the types of positions that you're considering them for?
Right. When we went through the vacancy list, we tried to find positions that they would be qualified to be able to do. And we struck sanitation off the list just because we felt like that most folks would look at that and potentially feel like that's not maybe a comparable position. But we went through and identified over 40 positions that we feel that they would be qualified to do. I think you named some of them, things like permit clerks and building, potentially code officers, which are always difficult to fill. We talked about maintenance folks and parks department. So what I'd like to reiterate is a lot of folks will be able to, if they choose to, be in bigger departments with more growth opportunities than they probably even have now. I don't doubt that no one is looking forward to a disruption of potentially having to switch departments, but I feel that at least for the folks who have initiative and want to learn and grow, that they'll have actually more opportunities to do that in the new roles than they would in the parking department, where there's really not a whole lot of growth available there at all for those type of positions.
That's a question mark, whether those positions will be seen as less desirable or not. Will they be going in at the current salaries that they earn?
That's a good question. And we would definitely make sure that they earn at least whatever they earn today. They would not earn less. And I don't believe they would earn more unless they were moved into a higher classification for some reason. So that is our goal, to preserve everyone's salaries where they are today and to continue their employment with the city. And, even if the new position isn't, let's say, ideal, it allows them to buy time to when we get to a post-COVID and we start to fill a lot of the vacancies that we're holding frozen right now. There will be other opportunities in the next couple of years for them to potentially apply for. But this way, they don't have a disruption. They continue in the employment system here with the city and are able to maintain their benefits and being in the pension program.
The labor groups have reached out to ask, because currently the parking employees are members of the CWA and they collectively bargain with the city. CWA has had a difficult history with the city in these negotiations. This will remove them from being CWA employees. What percentage of these jobs that they move into will allow them to stay as part of the CWA?
Yeah, it's very difficult to, we cannot guarantee that folks who are currently in one union will be able to, and most of these folks are in CWA union, as you mentioned, will be able to stay in the union. That is not something we can guarantee. We can guarantee employment and opportunity for employment. But when I went through the list just to kind of have a feel for that, it looked like 20 to 25% of the positions that we have in mind to offer these folks would be in CWA, but that's nowhere near 100. It would be more like 20, 25%.
Okay, so only 20 to 25% of the current CWA members in that department would be in positions where they would remain in CWA. Would the rest be unclassifieds for the most part?
There's a mix. Some would be unclassified, but there would also be folks in potentially other unions as well.
Okay. The other questions that I have is, if you have empty spots now that aren't filled and we're not paying them and we're not funding them, and all we're doing is taking these 40 parking employees and putting them in those spots, it appears to me that this is a zero cut. And in fact, it seems to me like it might be a budget impact because we're taking those 40 employees, moving them from one pile to the other, and then we're going to outsource their jobs and pay somebody else to do them. So where is the true budget savings here of this maneuver?
That's an excellent question, and I should have been clearer about how that worked when I presented this information. So by eliminating the positions in the parking department and converting some to part-time, we're able to save money in the parking department, which is in its own standalone enterprise fund. So there will be savings, substantial savings in the parking fund that we need to get to close that $13.8 million budget gap. So as those folks transition to alternative employment in other departments that are funded by other funds, most of them would probably be in the general fund, for example, those positions are already budgeted there. They just happen to be vacant right now because we started a hiring freeze in March. Some positions were already vacant before we even started the hiring freeze. So those folks would move over there. So what is the budget impact of that? On a recurring basis is zero because we already have those positions created and they're budgeted for, they're just vacant. However, in the short term, because we included vacancy savings as part of the COVID-19, closing the COVID-19 budget gap, we included $2.7 million of savings to do that. When we went back and reviewed what were the assumptions that we made to meet that $2.7 million amount, we realized that we had been very conservative on that front because we knew that as we start to open up, in addition to just the normal pace of recovery and departments needing to fill positions to fill vacancies as part of their operations, we also know that we've been tasked with doing a lot of other different types of work, such as having the resource center, which is tying up about 10 to 15 positions right now, for example, doing extra food distribution, doing all kinds of different things while we're starting to ramp up. So we have been very conservative about those numbers. And we feel that even with the addition of these 40, that we feel very comfortable that we're going to hit that $2.7 million projected savings that we need to close that budget gap. So I should have been clearer about that when I presented this in the first place. So good point.
Okay, how many employees did we lay off already in the current fiscal year? Because if these positions exist, I want to help the parking employees ideally stay on their jobs. But if we had these 40 other positions open, how many employees were laid off this year that could have come back to those open jobs?
I'd have to defer to HR. I'm not sure that we actually eliminated any positions. I think we temporarily furloughed quite a few positions. I think it was around 40 to 50. And with the understanding that we would bring those folks back as the operations dictated during the recovery process.
Well, those employees wouldn't be able to now apply or potentially qualify for these open budgeted positions if we're just moving parking there. So while I want to help parking, this is also not fair to all those employees that have been furloughed, waiting for an opportunity to open up.
Well, I think of those things separately because the furloughed employees are going to come back at some point. It's just which month are they going to come back depending on the economic recovery. They are not out of work. They are still in their city positions. What we're talking about with those vacancies is that nobody's in that position, and the folks that you're referring to that are furloughed, they wouldn't apply for those positions because they still have a job at this point. Now, if we made those permanent, the only permanent eliminations that are happening are the ones that are being disclosed through these budget workshops. So we've been pretty clear about that, and try to be transparent as possible, because it is hard to follow what's been going on over the last few months, because we've had to make a lot of changes and sacrifices in order to balance not just the 20 budget, but now the 21 budget. But yeah, all the changes we did in 20 were temporary. So now, as we get in talking about the 21 budget, this is where we're showing all the actual permanent position eliminations.
And I thought some employees were terminated. They weren't just furloughed. Don't we have terminated employees in this fiscal year due to COVID?
I don't believe so. Jimmy,
I don't think so. No, I don't think we have. Maybe Mike can chime in. I think everybody was furloughed. I don't believe. Now, I don't know if any of those people who were furloughed went and took another job. That I don't know. But I don't think we, quote, fired or laid off anybody. I don't know if Mike's on.
Okay, John, were you able to get that figure on how many total positions are proposed to be eliminated in the upcoming fiscal year total for the city, so we can compare that to the parking department?
Yes, it is 68, and 48 of them are in the parking department.
Could you repeat that figure?
68 total full-time positions, 68, and 48 of them are in the parking department.
Okay, so besides the parking department, there's only 20 employees throughout the rest of the city with proposed eliminated positions. I don't personally believe, and I know from a fiscal perspective, it makes sense to outsource. I understand the financial potential benefits. I'm in the condo association field, and this is something that condos deal with a lot. Do they want to have an outsourced management company or an in-house management company? I prefer to have somebody in-house that I know, that gets to know the people. And I feel that way about the parking department. I think they understand the city, the ebb and flow of the traffic, when to give tickets, when to not. And I'm concerned if you just bring in a bunch of outsourced people that aren't from Miami Beach, don't know our community, are here paid by the hour, probably get lots of people that aren't looking at this as a career move because there won't be any benefits. I think that the services provided in the parking department are going to go down. And I would urge my colleagues not to accept this.
And I'd like to just comment on that real quick, and Saul can maybe chime in as well. My understanding is that we're moving to a model where it would be 50% in-house, 50% contracted, and that would allow us to evaluate how well that's working. And if at any time we feel that, hey, you know what, we should back off of this change, we can, and backfill with more in-house part-time folks. But the key change here is in changing the cost structure of parking enforcement is transitioning everyone from full-time to part-time, and then a portion of those folks being contracted. And so Saul, maybe you can talk a little bit more of how that would work in real life over the next, course of the next year.
Saul, before you start, and Michael, if you don't mind, you've got a lot of questions, and this has been a good dialogue. The queue is lining up quite a bit, so maybe get some fresh voices in here, if that's okay with you.
I'll reserve the rest of my comments till after the public comments.
Perfect. Yeah. One directional Q&A, but get some fresh voices. But I'll absolutely make sure you conclude all your remarks. Saul, you were about to speak, and then Michael Smith, since you were asked a direct question, chime in, but my colleagues Miner and then Steinberg have their hands up. And then I know several members from the public have their hands up. This is a very important conversation, but I'm also cognizant of the time. So I want to try to move some things along a little bit. So Saul, then Michael, and then colleagues, you'll be up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the model is that the 50%, which would be the city employees, the part-time, that would be our base. And those officers and those employees would be deployed throughout the city in different zones, doing their parking enforcement as they've done for many years. And the key here is when we see these ebbs and flows of activity in the city and whatever that might be, whether it's Basel, Super Bowl, national championship, spring break, you name it. And when we get to those levels, it gives us the flexibility to add resources through the contract to be able to really surgically apply how many positions and how many additional hours of enforcement levels we will need during those events. And then conversely, when we have issues like hurricanes and pandemic and Zika and who knows what else may come our way, we're able to draw back and reduce those contracted employees, or maybe not even have any of them deployed while we're going through some of these situations, and have the base, again, going back to that 50% level. And we feel very comfortable with that 50% level because that gives us a baseline to be able to address enforcement throughout the city. But again, I can't emphasize enough, the challenge has been over the years is being able to have, an efficient enforcement model where we're not spending dollars when we don't necessarily need that level of enforcement. And I think this model provides that.
Smith, you had your hand up.
Yes, good morning. Right now we have 76 full-time employees still on, I'm sorry, 46 employees full-time still on furlough, and 71 part-timers are still on furlough. So a lot of our employees have been brought back. We have not fired anyone. We've had a few employees that have resigned to go on to do other things, or they've retired early. So that's the only permanent changes that have been made so far.
Okay, Michael. Commissioner Minor, then Steinberg.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have some questions about this, and some of it's following up on what Commissioner Gongora mentioned. So I guess I first learned of some of these details at last Friday's budget meeting, and I called Jimmy on Monday, basically telling him some concerns I had about the privatization of certain elements. But I guess this will be my opportunity to ask some questions about that. One, and this is pretty much following up on it was my first question, following up on Commissioner Gongora mentioned. I still am having a hard time understanding. I really spent time trying to crunch the numbers to some degree, how we're saving money by hiring an outside firm. Because I guess the way I look at it, even though the parking employees will now be transitioned to another department, I guess my question is, they have the expertise in parking enforcement. They have the training in parking enforcement. It sounds like from what Jimmy was saying earlier that we're not even close to that threshold now. And I don't really have any data or it hasn't been provided to me, how often we would even need to utilize the outside contractors. Just seems to me like we could have internal people, in-house people who have the expertise already, who could then pivot to do park enforcement when necessary. So that's, I guess, my first question. And maybe dovetailing with that, what other municipalities have used this model that we're proposing, this sort of quasi, we're using the public employee, government employees, then utilizing outside resources. I'd like to see some other models and how that has actually worked in real world practice.
I'd like to take the first part of that question, and then maybe Saul can take the second part. The reason why this proposal saves $1.2 million a year is because currently there's a mix of full-time positions and part-time positions doing parking enforcement. So our proposal is to not have any full-time positions doing parking enforcement. So immediately taking all those full-time positions, converting them to part-time, that saves quite a bit of money right there. And then half of them, instead of them being in-house, would be contracted, and there would be a less cost for contracted part-time positions than it is for in-house. And the idea is we try this 50-50 model, have some experience with it, and then we could make adjustments in the following year. So that's the answer.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that part I understand, I guess. But what I'm saying is we have people with the expertise already. Why can't we utilize them when necessary? So, sort of like, if I can use a sports analogy, like a utility player, when they need to pinch hit and come in, and they can serve that role. It's hard for me to, I don't really have the data in front of me to say how often they will be needed to do that, but
I think we can address that in that, when we said we would place the 40 full-timers, that actually allows all the part-timers that are currently there right now to remain. So we will have folks who already know how to do the job. They're going to make up the core of that 50% in-house. The part that's 50% contracted is really coming from the full-time positions that are being eliminated and being replaced with part-time positions.
Commissioner, I think there's a concept that is being lost here. The challenge we have is, and COVID accelerated this conversation in a sense. You have a department with declining revenues. It gets impacted significantly on a frequent basis by shocks and stresses. We're going to see further parking loss. Like I mentioned, $1 million of revenue that is going to be lost from Ocean Drive. So we have an overhead of full-time people that have to be paid, obviously. We can't afford to do that this year in that fund. So either we restructure the department in some way so it can, the revenues it makes can cover its costs, or we got to start writing a check from the general fund to the parking fund. As opposed to in the past, it was the parking fund that was writing checks out. It's a new world there. So the idea is we can give the full-timers an opportunity to go to departments that are funded not by parking. Like, for example, building permit clerks, the building department has a lot of money. And therefore right-size the parking department. The problem with saying, well, those folks could be used when needed, but then they would be part-time, and I think we're trying to give them some full-time opportunity. So
no, what I'm saying is they're full-time employees, but when those certain periods of time when extra parking enforcement is necessary, they have the training and expertise. Why couldn't they pivot and then chip in there? So yes, everything you're saying, I'm not questioning the budget aspect. I'm okay with that, and I'm actually happy. I think you've done a very nice job in sort of saving employment for some hardworking people. So I kudos to you for that. I guess my question is not so much the budget. My question is, I'm actually thinking we could save more money, what I'm proposing, because we wouldn't have to hire extra people. They're already in-house. They have the expertise and training. Just utilize them for parking enforcement only when necessary. It sounds like from what you were saying that it doesn't even come up all the time.
I guess the concern would be is they're going to be sitting in another job. It could be a code enforcement officer. It could be a building permit clerk. And now they're going to leave that job vacant while they go over to do parking. Those jobs need to be done also. So, that I think is the idea, is if they're filling a job permanently, that job needs to be done. Over a Super Bowl weekend, we still need code enforcement out there. So I think, I'm not sure they could serve two masters, is if I'm getting your question.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that argument. I just, to me, you're paying, there's a certain amount that's going to be allotted to outside vending service. It just seems like I would prefer that money be handled in-house. And I called you Monday morning. I think you know my feelings about this. I'm a big fan of private-public partnerships. And so, and I think in many respects it works well. Personally, when it comes to enforcement, not a big fan. I told you that Monday morning when I called you. And I asked the question, we didn't let Saul speak about other municipalities, but I'll throw one other wrinkle into it. I haven't been briefed on this. So maybe there's answers to these questions, but one of the things that came to my mind is, it wasn't Miami Beach, but somewhere in South Florida, when dealing with the red light cameras, there were courts that overturned the tickets that were being given out because the actual camera, the person viewing the camera, the ticket was not law enforcement. They were a private company that then was sending it to law enforcement to issue the ticket. And the court overturned it, saying this was a law enforcement function being done by a private entity, and that was unconstitutional. So I raised that question as well from a legal standpoint. That's why also I dovetail what have other municipalities done, and are there any legal ramifications for doing it this way?
Commissioner Saul Francis here, so I'll take those questions. Through the contract, there would be a requirement through the RFP that all the employees that would be issuing parking tickets and enforcing would have a parking enforcement specialist certification. And that's required through state statute, through the Criminal Justice Institute. It's a certification they can acquire at a number of different agencies, Miami-Dade, Broward College, and so forth. And with that, they are then legally authorized and certified to issue parking citations, not just in Miami Beach, but anywhere in the state of Florida. So as long as they have that certification, and the contractor would have employees that, and of course they would have to provide proof that those certifications are in place, then those employees would of course be able to issue citations and be able to testify in court through a magistrate if citations are appealed, and they would be upheld as far as the process and the legality of the issuance of the citation itself. Of course, the question whether the citation is valid or not, that would yet be determined in court. Regarding the question as far as other municipalities, so from what we've seen, many cities have either in-house or contracted. There aren't many that do the hybrid. And quite frankly, we looked at the hybrid because we thought that this was, one, a creative solution, two, an opportunity to be able to provide the existing employees. And it's morphed as we've gone through the last couple of weeks. The first idea was, of course, the full-timers to become part-time employees. And of course, now we're talking about them moving on to other departments where they would be full-time. But the concept was to be able to at least provide a job within the city, within the department, be parking enforcement, where they have their expertise on a part-time basis. Because quite frankly, if it's contracted out and we put out the RFP, that, and this conversation came up earlier, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that the contractor, we can encourage the contractor to interview them and talk to them and see if they'll hire them. But that doesn't guarantee that the contractor, number one, would hire them on a full-time basis. They might still hire them on a part-time basis. They may not have benefits or at least some level of benefits that the city does offer. It will likely be at a lower hourly rate, which is what one of the advantages of being within the city. So we looked at it from the perspective of being able to protect the existing employees and provide them an opportunity to stay within the city and not necessarily transition to a contractor if they didn't want to. They could certainly transition to the contractor if they wish to. But the idea was, again, a hybrid model to be able to address multiple concerns, ranging from the ability to have expertise in parking enforcement to the human side of it, and being able to have at least the employees have as close as possible to the salary and benefits that they were enjoying as part-time in a full-time capacity.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to raise one other issue, and I could be off base here, so I basically about a week ago I had gotten I'd gotten an email from actually a text from an employee, and actually I see this employee literally just texted me now. I did not reach out again, but they had sent me a copy of an email they got. I don't have the full email, but it seems like they were terminated. It says, as of October 1st, 2020, due to the reduction in funds available, your position is being eliminated and you will be laid off. And then it talks about arranging for an exit interview. And then this person, literally, I didn't reach out to this person since I acknowledged receipt of it. And this person just reached me out and saying they're super confused. So I just raised it. I don't know if this is the forum to get into it, but it was mentioned that nobody was terminated. And it seems like from the text of the email I just read that came from Human Resources that there may be at least one person.
I think those, and Mike could correct me on this, a couple of weeks ago when we were coming forward, or 2 or 3 weeks ago with this proposal, we did not want employees to find out sort of by watching the meeting that their positions were, on the table to be the full-time position terminated, converted to a part-time position. So I believe HR just sent out notices to all the impacted employees so they would hear from HR. I don't know how the message was written, but clearly that's all subject to what you all approve, and we're obviously trying to figure out ways to retain them in other capacities. But the notion was that those positions, our proposal was to be eliminated technically, and so they would then be rehired in another position.
Right. We probably best we talk about this offline. I just wanted to raise it, but it's not a parking employee. So.
Yeah,
and again,
just to help clarify, like Jimmy mentioned, we want to make sure employees got a notification from HR before they found out about it through a different means, whether it's reviewing the documents before the meeting or at the meeting. So now what would happen is if we are able to move forward and we've been able to commit to placing all of these folks, the full-time folks, we can send them a fresh email come Monday that it's going to be a pretty different picture. But all that is dependent on what happens today. Okay,
that's all I have. I'll just wrap up. I mean, maybe I need a full briefing on this to get more comfortable with it. I like I said, Jimmy, I called you Monday and I kind of gave you my views. Not a big fan of enforcement of using private vendors on enforcement. I know some people are out there I'm sure a lot of other commissioners as well. I've been contacted a lot. A lot of people thought it was the entire department that was being privatized. Obviously that's not the case, but I'm still not comfortable with what I view as an enforcement function being privatized.
Commissioner Steinberg, your hand is up. And Michael Smith, is your hand still up or is that a holdover?
I just want to comment on some of the things that were said.
Okay, Commissioner Steinberg, do you want to go or do you want to hear from Michael?
Either way.
Okay, maybe Michael go because a lot of things were thrown out there.
Okay. Yeah, and John is correct. What we did last couple of weeks is we sent out an email to all of our employees whose positions were proposed to be eliminated, because again, we didn't want them to hear about it at a public meeting. So the email does say proposed, and if the budget is approved as presented. So it's just to let them know that that possibility existed so that they could make contingency plans if they needed to do so. And on the question about maybe using employees who might transition to a different department to come back to parking for peak times, Jimmy is correct that having employees in two departments is very difficult because those departments that they would be working in would be short-staffed if they left for that period of time. And if they worked extra hours doing parking enforcement, we would actually be paying overtime, which would certainly not be cost-effective. So also, a number of the positions that we are proposing to move laid off employees into will actually give them opportunities for promotions. Particularly in our public works and recreation areas, there's opportunities for people to actually, if they're so inclined, they can actually move up in the future. So that actually could result in being a positive for them. And on the last point, I came from a city that had privatized parking. We had previously done it in-house. We actually had done it through the Broward Sheriff's Office for a period of time as well. And when we went to the outside parking vendor, frankly, it worked better. We had less public complaints and we made more money. So privatization can work if you, again, as Saul said, if you set the level of service and the standards, the city has complete control over that, and it actually is very beneficial.
Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you. This is a really healthy discussion I think we're having. And so I do echo a lot of my colleagues' sentiments. First, Saul, you're going to be missed. Thank you for your years at the city. I am pleased to see staff's commitment to find the employees new placements. But obviously, I think we're going to need to see more details on that. Touching on what Commissioner Minor said, will the core of enforcement be part-time workers in the future? Because if so, the extra personnel is needed. Why can't the part-time city employees be repurposed to full-time, thereby not needing privatization? Because I share the concerns over privatization when it comes to enforcement. And again, the only other point is what will happen with these union members already working with the city. I am happy to open it up to the public at this time, though, Commissioner.
Do you want Saul to answer the question?
Hang on. Yeah, Saul, do you want to comment? And then let's turn it over to the public. We have in order Alfredo Perez, then Wayne, then Daniel Seraldo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So essentially, it is the transition from full-time to part-time where the substantial savings are. And it's related mostly to the benefit side of it, where pension and with the full load, we're at 42% of salary. And that starts to become a substantial figure in the savings.
Question? Okay, let's hear, Mickey, your hand's still up? No, okay, it's down. All right, let's go over to the public. Mickey?
Apologies, I'm getting.
Okay, no worries. No worries. You know what? Can we take some things out of order just because the CWA's president's hand is up? And I'd like to call on him perhaps first, only because it really pertains to his union. Ozzy, would you like to speak?
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to say something. I'm sorry, I'm pretty far away from Miami. a well-deserved vacation. But I heard something that I just want to bring up. First of all, we were notified 4 days prior to the meeting, the last Friday meeting, that these 40 plus positions were being cut. We didn't have enough time to actually debate and bring ideas to the city. It was a very short notice. I wish it would have been plenty of time so we could have a chance to sit with the city. Like we're doing now, we're setting up a meeting with Jimmy, hopefully for next week, where we're gonna talk about different ideas and proposal. But the other thing I wanted to say is parking fees are doubling. They were changed last year in October. And I believe most of the parking fees are increased by 100%, and some are even increasing even more than that. So definitely, if you bring a private company and have them operating within the city, by default, it's going to show increase in revenues, because instead of charging $16 for a parking ticket, you'll be charging $36. So that's the same thing that our parking officers will be doing. But instead of bringing newly hired employees with no experience, you're going to be using our parking enforcers that have at least, there's some of our guys that have more than 20 years of service. So the level of expertise will be tremendous. They just haven't been able to do their job because of the many restrictions and that have been imposed, especially after the COVID, after the pandemic. And if they're allowed to work on the new rules, on their new management, and with a desire to succeed, I guarantee that this is going to be a win-win situation, not only for our employees, but for the city as well. All I'm asking the city to allow us 1 year post-COVID pandemic to prove that what we're talking about is true. That's all I had to say. I have a really bad reception. I don't know if you guys understood everything I said, but I want to thank you, Ariola, for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you, Ozzy. We did hear you just fine, so thank you. Alfredo Perez and then Wayne. Alfredo, unmute, please.
Yes, good morning. You hear me?
Yeah. By the way, folks, let's try to keep comments to 2 minutes so someone can keep track.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Alfredo Perez. I have been with the parking department for over 9 years. I would like to point out that the parking department can bring in more revenue throughout the upcoming years. If they make the north end residential and extending the meter hours will increase and alleviate a lot of the parking issues that in the area. Also, the freight loading zones has been reduced, the hours, and if they extend the hours, can also resolve a lot of the obstruction in traffic due to the parking and the trucks having nowhere to park. Also, we all know that the entertainment district's paid up park hours have been extended 24-hour parking. It used to be from 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. Now it's 24 hours parking. And also just a reminder, our parking citations were increased in October of 2019. Also bringing back the citations that we were no longer allowed to issue by management allowed us to bring in more revenue. And the supervisors can also help us out by doing meter rentals and a lot of the details that they give us. They usually give us about 8 to 15 details a day, not allowing us to bring in any revenue. Allowing us to do our jobs and produce without any hidden agendas will bring a lot of revenue to the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wayne, you're up, and then Daniel Geraldo.
Hi, I hate to tell you I told you so, but I've been saying this for a few years, and this isn't an enforcement problem. This is a revenue problem created by giving away our street parking to special interests, whether it be valet or developers, and we're losing valuable spots. South of Fifth, I know Nikki Beach, we lost over half. We lost, 80% of South Point Park to valet. And you guys got to think before you do favors on behalf of special interests, and it affects our budgets, and that's got to stop. But enforcement leads to higher self compliance with the meters. And you know, I don't know what have we done a study on the percentage of compliance today, pre-pandemic, and you know, we have to use that as a basis for internal or external uses or employees. So we need to create a baseline of where we are and how do we get to 90% compliance, or whatever percentage our goal is. That wasn't part of the conversation. And if compliance goes down, we lose money. So we need to understand where that is and what our goals are. So, you know, we need to hire employees that are, say, Miami Beach employees that are residents of this town. And I don't know how many of those 40 are, but those people should be left alone. And you know, by adding those people to other departments did nothing for our budgets. If we are frozen, we're frozen. By adding them to that department, we're just moving the bucket to a different bucket. It's not doing a single thing for our budgets. So I think you guys need to like holistically look at this thing and do a better job. Thank you.
Daniel Sheraldo, and then Monique Tony.
Yes, hi, thank you, commissioners. A very interesting discussion. I don't know if I'm out of order, but I know last meeting there was talk about the sanitation possibly being cut, and I believe that falls under parking. So I just wanted to reiterate that, especially in the MXE district, we do have an issue with litter. A lot of visitors, unfortunately, don't respect the area and they litter, and the sanitation does a really great job in the mornings, making it nice and clean for our visitors and residents. So I just wanted to see if the sanitation is still going to be cut, or either way, if the service levels can stay the same, because it is very important to keep the area clean. Thank you.
Okay, Monique, and then somebody with a Galaxy S10 Plus.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Monique Coney here. I'm Vice President of CWA. I just want to start off by saying that first, you know, when you demote full-time employees and hire a private company, that's privatization. And the second thing is that the union needs to be involved in this discussion. We're talking about jobs, benefits, pay, union issues, labor relations. These are things that need to be bargained and discussed at the table. We have a legal binding contract in place. Our current contract is until September 30th, 2021. So if this meeting is the city stands to say that they're open for negotiations, we should get more clarification, because I know with the PBA, it's usually 6 months before the expiration of a contract to start negotiations. So with that being said, any discussion, the union needs to be at the table to discuss these positions with our executive board. We need to sit with the city manager, HR, labor relations to discuss this, because it's a large percentage of our union members that you're talking about being taken out of our union. And labor rights and labor issues are what we're discussing. And each of these employees that are on the table need to be fully aware of what their rights are and be fully aware of what are these positions that the city is proposing. For example, what about probation periods? You're asking employees who have dedicated their lives to the city. They've been working for the city for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. You're asking them to go to a new position. They may have a vigorous and extensive probation period. And Florida is an at-will state. You can just let them go during that probation period. What does that say to the dedication and the years of service of giving world-class customer service as being ambassadors for the city of Miami Beach? When we put on that uniform, we're representing the city and doing a fine job at it. What is it saying to those employees who have dedicated their lives to the city? We've been called essential employees. We have showed up and helped the city, especially during the hurricane. We had Hurricane Irma. A lot of the parking enforcement people were in the streets, cleaning up, helping out, making sure the city was back running in motion. those years of service. Give these employees an opportunity to sit at the table with the union to discuss these issues so they can make a great choice, and allow the union to show other alternatives and solutions that will help the city and also help the employees during this epidemic. Thank you.
Thanks, Monique. Can someone keep a 2-minute timer going? Just because this is getting long in the tooth. We all get the point at this point. So I'd like to bring this in for a landing at some point. A Galaxy S10 Plus is up. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jose Moreira, and I want to ask a question referencing on the revenue. Okay, I want that somebody give me that answer. Why, before the pandemic, we was told not to enforce heading only, tag, decal, frame, and vehicle displaying for sale sign? I never had that question, and that was happened before the pandemic. So that point, I believe, that bring the revenue down. So my another question is the system, the OmniPark. When we have that system, we was told to that system was on like a scan system. That system never scanned. We have to put the tag manually. So that was a wasting time for that. So the other point is those OmniPark, you can even see the screen because it's too dark. Management, supervisor, everybody knows that, and nobody fixed that problem. Nobody. The other thing is when they brought the new system, we have too many pictures that the system never connect to the server. So that means that when we scan the tag, not scan, when we put manually the tag, the system never get the information if that vehicle paid or not. That's another point. The another point that I have, and you can research to the citizen of Miami Beach, how many people pay through the app and they still receiving tickets because the payment never appeared. The citizen, when they pay through the app, let's say they have two more hours. When I scan the tag, the system say that tag never paid. And
2 minutes have elapsed.
Yep.
Okay, Christian Rosen Gonzalez.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to speak on this because I spoke with the union members this week. And number one, when you demote 40 people, they're going from a secure position to a very insecure position, like Monique pointed out. They were only told about this 4 days prior, and you have not allowed the new fees to take effect, which could in fact maintain the parking department moving forward. They were told unofficially not to enforce. And I can actually verify this because part of the time I'm living south of 5th with my fiance, and we have on-street parking. And I will say that there are a lot of non-resident parking, and he keeps saying, wow, they must not be writing tickets. They must not be enforcing this because we can't find parking ever. So this is kind of a bizarre situation happening during a pandemic. I don't know if there's a loophole somehow in the collective bargaining agreement that during a pandemic, you can, violate an employment contract, but it doesn't seem fair. I do think that 1 year to allow them to recuperate their revenue would be the fair thing to do. And also, it seems odd to me that Saul Francis, and I'm sorry to see you go, Saul, you've always been very nice to me. Number one, he announced his resignation abruptly. And then 2, he's advocating against his own department after he gave them an informal direction not to enforce, which of course would decrease revenues, which is the typical tactic in union busting. So I would love for you guys to sit down at the table, and this is a privatization of sorts because up to 50% of these private contracts are going to be privatized. And Saul says that he can guarantee enforcement, but he's not even going to be here in the future moving forward to follow that guarantee. So I'm really concerned for these guys because it's 40 families that you're affecting. 40 families. I've had them text me, write to me. I had these conversations with them, and they're very upset about this. So I think that they're not getting a fair chance, and I worry about enforcement moving forward, and especially for the residents.
Okay, Manuel Lago, and then Mario Suarez, followed by Sandra Vasquez.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. My name is Manny Lago, and I'm a parking enforcement officer, and I've been with the city for 18 years. Total 23 years of parking enforcement experience. There's been many issues that we touched on, and based on my experience, I did work for a private company. It's called Miami Parking Authority for 5 years. One of the reasons that I left that company is because it was private and it was causing a lot of problems and I got issues. That's why I came to the city of Miami Beach. There's a lot of issues that we have that they haven't been brought up to light, and they should be. And we should be given the opportunity to have a meeting so we can discuss all the issues that we had that we don't have enough time to touch on. Just give us a chance. Our department's always bailed out everybody else, so we should be given the chance. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Mario Suarez.
Good morning, guys. I'm a parking enforcement officer. I also worked before for the private company, Miami Parking Authority. And I just want to say, take your time. This decision is important, and right now it's in a rush for the pandemic, but the city of Miami want the parking hard. They cannot control Miami Parking Authority. It's not the same service for the resident. The city of North Miami Beach privatized the water, and now they want it back. Take your time. Think about how the city is going to lose a lot of revenue. Once it's privatized, it's not the same service for the resident. And the only thing I see is revenue. But it's a city. It's about the resident, the service for the resident. Please. It's a lot of people that it's going to lose the money for the family. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sandra Vasquez, followed by Delroy Ireland.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm using my wife's computer. I look nowhere as beautiful as that, but I can say that I've been with the employed with the city almost 25 years. I can tell you that when you turn the art district to an entertainment district, you lost a lot of revenue. You lost a lot of visitors. And I can tell you now, bringing in a part-time company or a private entrepreneur, it's going to be just as bad. You've closed down Ocean Drive, so I don't understand how we would create more revenue. You closed down half of the 100 blocks. I think it should all be open. We need to discuss this further on, and how would this new hiring process be? You have to consider us, and like someone said, we have bailed out the city for many, many years, and the prices on the citations at least have been the same price for over 24 years. I mean, this is a cycle that it was coming up to one point because everything goes up except for the citations. I think you should reconsider. It's over 40 families that are being affected. And with this pandemic, the health insurance is so important. Some of us have life conditions that we need to take medication to continue in our lifestyle. This city is, it's so diverse that you can't just put in a part-timer. He has no rights. You know what? He gets into an argument with somebody. He doesn't care. He's part-time. He has no benefits. We've created an atmosphere with different cultures within the community, or at least I have, with different rabbis of the city, with different cultural groups of the cities. And this is important.
2 minutes have elapsed.
Finally, Delroy, Ireland, please.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dara Ireland. I've been with the city. I was 19 years old. Now I'm 45. I have been in this department as a parking enforcement specialist. The 40 families that's here, I have been here with every one of them. I started as a teenager here, and I just think that the decision is going to be made is going to be a bad decision. We should think about it first, because as an employee of the city, you know, you're loyal to a department and you try to do the best job you can. And just to come up and a letter comes out and you say, okay, I was demoted from a supervisor to a parking enforcement. Okay, now they tell him, okay, my position is going to be eliminated. So now I'm parking enforcement again, and I've been there 27 years. So now you're telling me now, oh, now you're not supervisor. So now you're going to be a parking enforcement. Now you're going to lose your position. I'm like, there's 40 families there that really need to provide for their family. You know, their kids. There's a lot of things involved here. I think like we need to really think about this situation and like have consideration for the people that's going to be affected. I understand everybody think about revenue, but we provide a service, and it really hurts my heart that I have to go through all this. Thank you.
Okay. He raises a good question there. Can anyone address how the first furloughs and then potential full-time job eliminations would come down? Is it based on seniority, or, you know, last in, first out? Does anybody have an answer to that? I'm just curious. We wouldn't want to see, I wouldn't want to see a 28-year employee be the first person cut. So is there any procedure for that?
Mike, there probably are either contract rules that govern that or whatnot, but I'm not sure we've had that discussion yet. Mike?
Yeah, the collective bargaining agreement with the CWA and the General Government Supervisors Association contain information on how reductions in force are handled, and that's actually through the personnel rules, which talk about individuals' track record with the city, their abilities, their performance, their disciplinary actions, and if all things being equal, then seniority becomes a factor. So there are many factors that are included, but seniority is one of them, but not the determinative factor. So length of employment is not all of the entire decision.
Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, I don't see any hands up. Does folks, okay, Commissioner Gongora, Richardson, all right, I think Richardson had his hand up first, and then Commissioner Gongora.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the comments from my colleagues and also from the attendees. So obviously, we're having a really difficult conversation because the decisions that we're going to make involve the lives of individuals, and that's tough. I heard someone say something about how some of these employees live in Miami Beach and some don't. I want to say, first of all, that I don't care if the employees live in Miami Beach or not. We need to be fair for people no matter where they live. So I'm not giving any preference to people who live in Miami Beach versus don't live in Miami Beach. These are part of our family. But we have a problem. We have a serious problem in the city of Miami Beach, and that is an industry has changed. Years ago, people used an abacus and then a slide rule. And those businesses are no longer with us because a handheld calculator came along. And in many respects, we're seeing an industry under continuing reformation. So we've got ride services that have been created, and there are more people that are walking and using bicycles. And so there's less demand for parking, and we've seen that. The parking department is run as an enterprise fund. So as an accountant, I can explain that fund and that business, that department should be self-sustaining. So it would be sort of like at McDonald's, if they had 3 cooks on the line and they weren't selling enough hamburgers and they needed to cut a cook. But they said, well, the cook has been there for a long time. We don't want to cut the cook. And so McDonald's starts losing money. And if the goal is for every store at McDonald's to be profitable, then other stores would have to start supporting the store that's unprofitable. So that's exactly what we have here. We have a department that, because of changes in the industry, is no longer profitable. And that's why I think the administration has brought forth these proposals. Now, the first proposal was to lay off a lot of people or terminate their employment, and that caused a lot of anxiety amongst the commission, including myself. And the commission, I mean, the department's gone back, the administration's gone back and looked for alternatives. And so by offering all of these employees a position with the city at their same pay with continuation of benefits is something that I think is admirable. And somebody, I heard one person say, by moving the people, you're not doing a single thing for our budgets, but we actually are, because we're right sizing the enterprise fund. We have to right size the enterprise fund. So right now, if we do nothing, the parking department enterprise fund is going to lose money. And we're going to have to take that money from other departments and cut services to fund the parking department. And so it's a difficult conversation, but we have to have it. And that's exactly what we're doing today. We're having a difficult conversation. Now, why do you need the flexibility of part-time versus contract? And I'm not a parking executive, and I don't understand everything about the industry. But what I do know from living here a long time is that parking enforcement, especially, peaks at certain hours, and you don't need it at other hours. And so if you have a lot of full-time people, you don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of how you can deploy those resources. So it's better to have part-time people and have flexibility in the schedules. And so, you know, while the conversation is difficult, I understand why the administration is making these changes. And I'm going to support the change only because we're offering these employees another opportunity at their same pay, no reduction in pay, and benefits. And so I think that is an important distinction. The other thing that I want to say is, if you recall about 3 months ago, I think it's fair to say that I led the charge on making sure that we were being fair at all levels of the parking department. If you remember back, I think it was in April when we first did the round of layoffs, I got pretty upset that there were people laid off at the lower levels, and I hope you'll be okay for me to use that term, at the lower pay scales. And the people at the top five, there were no furloughs. And I was pretty outspoken about that. And on the finance committee, my colleagues, Commissioner Samuelin and Ariola, agreed with me, and we made a recommendation that the administration furlough 2 of those 5 employees. And now, because we want to show that we are not going to just protect people at the top level and not at the bottom. So now what's happening is more changes are going to be made. I know that putting aside Saul Francis's decision, the 2 other people that were in that group of 5 are also going to be affected by this decision. So I think anyone looking at this will say that the department is being right-sized at all levels, not just at the lower level or the middle level. So while this is a very difficult conversation for us to have, I think that, and Jimmy, I think you laid out the reasons, pretty well earlier. But the bottom line is we have a problem, and we've got a department that's not able to sustain itself, and we have to make changes. Otherwise, we're going to have to ask the taxpayers to fund that. And my first responsibility is to the taxpayers and the citizens of Miami Beach. And I'm not going to ask them to fund a department that cannot be self-sustaining, because I don't want to take resources out of the parks department or any other department to support the parking department, especially when we're able to offer all these people a full-time employment with continuation of benefits at their same pay. So it's a tough decision, and it's a tough conversation, but we have to make some changes. The only thing I would say to the administration that you may consider is there may be an opportunity to phase the changes over perhaps a 6-month period. So for example, rather than moving all of the full-time people on October 1st to other departments, there may be an opportunity to phase that over a 6-month period, because you may find that there are perhaps a handful of those full-time people where you can predict their work hours and you don't need so much flexibility with those handful of people. And so I would just ask for the administration to consider that as part of this move. I think it would be easy, rather than doing it all on October 1st, to phase it over 6 months. And you may learn that there are a few full-time people you may want to retain there. That's my only suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson, and then we have Gongora now. Colleagues, we're approaching the noon hour, and we've got a 1 o'clock resiliency meeting, and we still have a lot of ground to cover. I'd like to conclude this item and then try to move quickly through the rest and have a chance at getting a lot accomplished today. So Commissioner Gongora, and then hopefully we can wrap up this conversation. Michael, you're on mute.
I was muted. Okay, now I'm off mute. Thank you. I do agree that this is a difficult item because we're dealing with people's livelihood. And the move came kind of last minute for most of them and caught them by surprise. And it caught me by surprise. This is a department that historically was a moneymaker and spun money off for lots of other departments over the years. So now that this department has had a difficult year, I don't think it's fair to shut them down. And no matter where the money comes from in the budget, it's all coming from taxpayer money, everybody's salary. This is an enterprise fund, but we have lots of departments that don't generate their own income, but we don't eliminate those. We leave those open. We're not going to shut down parks. We're not going to shut down all kinds of other departments that don't necessarily economically sustain themselves. I think it would be more fair if we're moving in this direction if we were to defer this for 1 year for 2 reasons. I think 1 year would be more fair than a 6-month period. And number 2, I think we should give the parking department an opportunity to implement the new ticket prices. It's kind of gotten lost in this conversation, but we were stuck at $18 ticket prices for like 20 years. I think since Jimmy was a county commissioner, the tickets were at 18 bucks, and they just recently got raised by the county, and the city never got to implement this higher ticket amount because COVID hit. And I think if you gave the parking department an opportunity, especially now where tickets are like double what they used to be, I think they may become profitable. So I don't want to do this move. I would urge my colleagues to consider deferring this decision for a year and give the parking department the opportunity to either A, no, this could be coming next year and apply for other jobs, or B, see if the department becomes self-sustaining now that Commissioner Richardson has helped eliminate all of the top tier. Let's give the workers a chance to succeed.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move we defer this for 1 year and allow the parking department an opportunity to try and succeed.
Okay, Michael, thank you for that. I still haven't spoken, so I want to, still have a moment to speak. Commissioner Richardson, is your hand still up or no? Okay. It seems like we all feel the same way about our employees. They're part of our city family, them, and go to great lengths to protect them and make sure they land on their feet and do that, as humanely and efficiently and as professionally as possible. This is a very difficult conversation because you are affecting people's lives and their families. I think staff has worked really hard to try to come up with some creative solutions. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Richardson said, and trying to take the politics out of it for a second, because we've all been lobbied by people we all care about and know. And so it's hard. And I think we need to maybe work to a point where folks understand that the folks in the parking department, at least, are working in a department that it's not going to be like it was in the last decade or the previous decade where it was a big money maker. We are moving towards a less car intensive society, hopefully with Uber and other transportation needs, transportation alternatives. So, we do have to cut costs in that department. And because of that, labor is going to be affected. To the extent that we can find these folks new homes with positions that are at least as financially rewarding as their previous jobs, we're going to do that, and we should do that. And we should sit with the union representatives and all of those employees that are affected by this between now and September, when we finalize this budget, to see if maybe we can come to a resolution that way. But when we listen to our CFO and our city manager telling us that this is the necessary step, we do have to take that seriously. Even pre-COVID, this was going to be a challenged department, but post-COVID, even more so. I hate to see Saul Francis go, but I get a feeling that he is leading by example and following up that Saul, because leadership starts at the top. So I get a feeling that you're doing that. But we need to be looking at all of our departments the same way. Parking is one of the first that's getting the hardest look, but we are going to be in a budget challenged environment for several years, I think. And this is not the only department that's going to have to go through this painful exercise. And we as elected officials need to, have the fortitude to make hard and painful decisions. Staff needs to try to be as creative and innovative in trying to find new homes for employees that are affected. But nevertheless, we still have to discharge our duty to balance budgets, protect taxpayer resources. Folks need to understand that you don't have a job for life just because you work for the city of Miami Beach. You have a great job, one of the greatest governments in the country, but it doesn't mean you have job for life. And things happen in the economy, things happen in industries that may affect your job. And you either need to retool and find a new job or department within the city, or you're in the same competitive landscape that all of us are, whether you're a lawyer, accountant, banker, or working in a restaurant or a hotel. Economic conditions change and your job may change. So, we can't have this kind of, discussion every single time. We do have to make decisions based on the long-term health of our city budget and taxpayer resources. We're going to have this more and more every budget year. And, we just have to prepare ourselves to make painful decisions. Similarly, I think we need to have our city staff, our CFO and Jimmy, make sure that we do right by our employees, try to find them new homes, give them job training so that they can maybe be suitable for new departments. But, people can't have jobs in perpetuity just because they work for a certain department. Things do change. So we do have to have discipline. So that's my thought on all this. Commissioner Samuelin, you have your hand up.
Yep. I actually kicked this off a long time ago when we had this discussion. So I'm just going to sort of underline a couple things I started with, and I think pick up, Mr. Chair, on a couple things you said. This is terribly difficult. This is a very, very tough situation during a pandemic and real economic challenges. So for me, the things that I want to make sure are addressed before the budget is done in September is as follows: that we can ensure that our residents and community will be treated fairly under this new operating model, that we do meet with the CWA and that we vet every idea that they have put forward, that we treat our employees as fairly as possible during this process. In fact, if we hadn't come forward with that idea of finding a home for the other employees, I'm not sure whether I could support what we're going to do. But with those parameters, I will support this to the next step in the discussion, but I do really encourage us to do right by our employees.
Okay, Commissioner Gongora. And then Jimmy, if you could maybe have some closing comments on this. And Commissioner Gongora, you had a motion. I don't know that we have a second, but do you want to do the motion again?
Sure, I do a motion that we defer this for 1 year to allow a further study of the parking department and allow a ramp up time for them to either prove that they can become self-sustaining or start looking for other jobs.
Okay, there's no second now. As I have an opportunity to still, between now and our August recess, sit with the union, see if maybe we can come up, folks feel better about the circumstances, and then we will finally approve this in September. John Woodruff or Jimmy, am I correct in that?
Yeah, this is not the final time you all will be dealing with the budget. This is the third of the workshops, and usually we try to get as much wrapped up as possible, but it's not uncommon for direction to be given to follow up on certain issues. There will be 2 public hearings as required by law in September, and the new budget will take effect on October 1st. So I think I've already got a meeting scheduled next Thursday with representatives from CWA. We'll also be willing to talk to different individual employees about opportunities and whatnot as we go forward. We'll also have an opportunity to see how obviously the market continues and the revenues. You know, the point, Chairman, that you made about changes in jobs, remember, we used to have toll booth operators in the garages, and we don't have that anymore, for example, because we went to the electronic arms and whatnot. It's a challenging industry. There was a time when, this department, contributed significantly to the general fund in other areas. And a few years ago, we started, if you recall, under all of your leadership, to begin to wean the general fund off the parking fund, recognizing it was not going to be a growing fund. So it is a challenge, but yes, there'll be an opportunity to have some more dialogue and discussion, and then revisit, obviously, as the votes. It is a tough position, but the key is, how do we fix the parking department to make it resilient going forward, but still offer the 40 individuals an opportunity to remain a part of the organization, maintain their pension and their health care. I think we can do both. And we're committed to that.
Commissioner Richardson, you have your hand up. You're on mute, David. David, we can't hear you yet. David, we can't hear you. I think you need your ear pods. No? Can't hear you, bud. Commissioner Richardson, we still can't hear you. Anyone hear him?
No.
I can't, Mr. Chair. Could he call in through the number so we can at least hear his comments?
David, if you can call in, if you want to have, you're the only one with your hand up, so we can maybe conclude this. While you're doing that, John, what do you need from us as to this item? I mean, we just have this as a placeholder, and we'll finally vote on this, subject to Jimmy and Michael's meeting with the unions, and then come back with a status in our September meeting?
Yeah, as Jimmy mentioned, we're not finalizing the budget here. We're really just trying to get as much direction as possible so that when we prepare the proposed budget document in advance of the first public hearing, that it's as good as it can be given all the discussion and direction to date. But there'll still be an opportunity to make changes to the budget at the first public hearing and at the second public hearing in September. Sounds like we have some homework to do between now and September. I would just mention that if we are thinking about deferring, taking action that two things. One, there's a true financial need that's not going away over the course of a year. And second, that a big part of being able to place these folks in other full-time positions in other departments is because we have vacancies right now. I can't guarantee you that in a year, we're going to have as many vacancies as we have today, and that we're going to be able to place all those folks. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that in terms of if we defer taking action.
Okay, great. Commissioner Richardson, no? Okay, you just texted me, maybe somebody has you on mute. You say you're not on mute. PJ, do you have any idea what might be happening? Why we can't hear him? We were hearing him fine before.
Let me see if we can reach out to him and get that situated. But he should be able to communicate.
You can always call in via phone, Commissioner Richardson, if need be. We'll wait for you. So just to summarize, John, what you just said, we can move forward with this item as sort of a placeholder. Keep it as advised by the administration. Jimmy, you and your team will sit with the CWA and all of the affected folks, see if we can come up with some good resolution as to new homes for these folks. And then in September, we can finalize this issue of the budget. Right, Jimmy? Okay, I saw a nod. Commissioner Richardson?
Yes, correct.
Technical difficulties. Okay, you calling in? PJ, I need your help there to get him on. I don't control that.
Okay, I'm on it.
Okay, I don't see his hand up as a caller.
You're gonna press *9, Commissioner Richardson, once you get in, so I can know which number you're calling from. Perfect. All right, just give me one moment here. Hold on 1 second. All right, should be in now. Commissioner, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know what the problem is because I was not on mute, but it was not working. But what I wanted to say is that I don't think I need to make a motion, but I wanted to ask Jimmy. You know, I brought up this idea of as we're moving through this in the next few weeks, whether or not we can look at whether or not we should try to maybe phase this over a 6-month period. And during that, we could look at whether or not there may be a handful of slots that are predictable in terms of schedule, and that we could, maybe there may be an opportunity to keep a few of the people full time. But I'm just asking, Jimmy, is that something that you're willing to look at?
Yeah, among the homework we'll do is we'll look at transition issues like that. Keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, right now we're still at only 30% revenue. So, and this assumed a 75% revenue recovery. So, the transition could in fact be a long one, depending on how impacted we continue to be. But we'll absolutely look at that.
Okay, great. I
Commissioner
appreciate
Richardson,
that.
I'm going to pass the gavel over to you for a couple of minutes. I just got to deal with.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't know the technology, but I love that we have all sorts of opportunities to do that. Okay, so I think we'll move on from this parking item. I think, Jimmy, do you have all the direction that you need at this point from us on this issue, right? Okay. So then let's turn it back to John. And John, let's continue on with the presentation that you were making to the next item.
Okay, great. Hopefully, I think we don't have a whole lot of time needed to finish up this discussion. So so one of the questions that came up at the last meeting was the potential for charging a fare on the trolley. I believe Commissioner Samuelin mentioned this. And so we did some research and found out that we would have, if we did implement a fare, it would need to be consistent with Miami-Dade County policy, and it could only be 25 cents. And so in order, there's a lot of costs associated with just installing and then maintaining a fare collection system. And then once, there's all the discount cards and freebies that get thrown in, it doesn't look like it would be economically viable to charge a fare, because we would need to charge something considerably more than 25 cents to make it work. And then we also looked at potentially, okay, what if it was only for non-residents? And first off, it appears that due to our use of PTP funding, we're not allowed to charge only non-residents. And based on some of our recent ridership surveys, only around 19-20% of the riders are visitors. So if you're only charging 20% of your ridership a quarter, it's even the financial viability of that's even worse than if we charge everyone. And then also there can be some problems sometimes for a driver trying to figure out who's a resident and who isn't. Sometimes that can be tricky as well. So for all those reasons, I think we've researched it, but we're not recommending implementing a fare at this point. Any questions about this item? Okay. I can't hear you, Commissioner Richardson, but I'll.
Okay, no, I was just, I know Commissioner Samuelin had raised this and asked us to look at it, so I just want to make sure that he's okay and he didn't have any questions.
Yes,
So.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I am okay at this time. I appreciate that the city heard the input and has done some additional follow-up. My hope is, when I raised this initial thought, was I hope we never have to charge. I hope we don't even have to think about it. But I'm glad we've done some initial thinking, and I think it's just an issue we'll need to monitor. We're clearly in a very uncertain future as it relates to demand for certain services, our availability to provide it. So I am comfortable at this moment, and I would just encourage us to very closely monitor the situation moving forward.
Okay, great. John, go ahead. Next item.
Okay, so the last item that we were asked to provide some additional information for, and I believe this was also Commissioner Samuelin's request, was when we presented the Convention Center Fund and discussed that due to COVID-19 and not being able to host events, that we were projecting a loss of $4 million in 2020 and $4.8 million in 21. And I think the thought behind this request was that, this coming first quarter, October through December, so it would be good that if we had a contingency plan in place. And so we met with Spectra, who is the operator of the convention center, and we came up with 2 contingency plans for the first quarter and the second quarter, just to be comprehensive. And so in this first quarter, we identified 17 events with a net revenue of $1.7 million that could potentially be at risk. Half of that amount is really Art Basel. So that's a big one for us if we're able or unable to host it. And so the good news is that Spectra has created an emergency plan to cover the total amount of loss. It wouldn't be easy for them. They're going to have to do furloughs and different types of things as well. But they feel that they can cover that loss if needed in the first quarter. When we get to the second quarter, January through March, 24 events, net revenue of $2.2 million at risk. Because of all the cuts Spectra would have had to make to cover the gap in the first quarter, they're able to cover some of it, but not all of it. So they feel that they have a plan to cut about $700,000, but the rest of it, and this again would assume we have 0 events through the second quarter, we would have to add another $1.5 million use of reserve on top of the 4.8 that we're already projecting through 2021. So, so at this point, we feel that we have a good plan. I would be very surprised if we ended up into contingency 2. But, you know, well, at this point, I guess no one can really see the future over the next few months, but at least we feel that comfortable that we have a good plan in place as we face what happens in the next few months.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, with a different voice. John, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate the effort. It looks like we've worked with our partner and now have, you know, sort of a nice path through December. And then it looks like we would have to touch our reserves in round 2, but if my math is right, still leaving us 3.3 million, I guess, is let me clarify that, John. Under contingency 2, what would the balance of reserves be?
Yeah, let me see how much would be left. I can tell you exactly how much.
Sure.
So if we use 8.8 million of reserves, that would take us down to 4.1 million.
Yep.
So an additional 1.5 on that would leave us 2.6 million in place. I'd like to think this is a worst case scenario.
Okay.
That we would be able to host at least some events. I mean, some may be rescheduled or canceled, but the way it's presented here is if we were able to host 0 events in both the first quarter and the second quarter.
Good. I'm comfortable with this. I appreciate this planning and that we have these contingency plans in place. I will just sort of underline the request to please keep your eyes closely on this. And, you know, if we, heaven forbid, have to be talking about more contingency plans, that you promptly bring it to our attention. And we're planning for the worst and hoping for a little better. So thank you for this.
Okay, John, you want to keep going?
Yes, we're almost done here. Okay, so really the next steps, as I think we talked about earlier, is we have the maximum millage rate that needs to be adopted at the end of July next week. And we're going to be working over through the month of August to develop the proposed budget so it's ready for the first public hearing. So we have the 2 public hearings and we can still make some changes up to that point. And so, you know, especially related to parking, which seems to be the only area of the budget that we're still really working on, we'll do the homework between now and then, and we'll come back and report on September 16th formally on where we are. And so with that, I think we're in good shape with the budget item, and we do have a few more items on the agenda. Hopefully, I'm optimistic that we can move fairly quickly with them.
Okay. So that concludes item number 1.
Yes.
Okay, colleagues, hands. I don't see any hands. Let's move to number 2. Hopefully we'll be quick. The special taxing districts of Biscayne Point, Allison Island, and Biscayne Beach.
Okay, great. So yes, we have 3 special taxing districts. They're really security guard gate houses that are transitioning to the city. One, Biscayne Point, transitioned a couple of years ago. Allison Island and Biscayne Beach are just now going to be transitioning as of October 1st. So as part of this process, we meet with representatives from each of the special districts, and we work on a budget with them. And then we come up with the calculation on what the assessment would be. So we've been working with Allison Island. We worked with Jonathan Beloff, Biscayne Beach, Carolina Jones, Biscayne Point, Ronnie Eisenberg. And so PJ, if any of those folks are on the attendee list, please, we should allow them to speak if they want to. I'm just going to walk through real quick the budget impacts for each one. Allison Island, the budget we're recommending is 53,000 or 19% less than the one last year from Miami-Dade County. So we feel really good about that. Biscayne Beach is a $61,000 or 22% decrease from the budget they had with the county. And Biscayne Point, who's been with us now for 2 years, even their budget is down slightly, almost 1%, $2,000. So if any of those folks are want to speak, this is really their only opportunity to formally speak to the commission about their budget. So I don't know if any of them are available, but if they are here, I would like to give them a chance to speak.
I don't see any hands up yet. Give them a couple seconds to call in if they want to speak. Folks who want to speak on this that are on hold can hit *9.
And if there's any reason that they weren't able to attend today, the same items will be on the July 29th commission agenda to go ahead and adopt and finalize. So they would have one more opportunity to speak at that point. I'm just trying to see it. Did a hand just go up or?
A hand just went up, Paula King. Paula, you're on mute still. Unmute yourself.
Hi, it's Paula. I just want to point out that Carolina John lives in Stillwater, not Biscayne Beach. So how can she represent my neighborhood?
Yeah, it's confusing. The way the county defines it, it's called Biscayne Beach, but for all practical in Miami Beach, it's known as Stillwater Drive. So.
Well, I'd like to be a representative from my neighborhood as well. I don't think someone from Stillwater is an adequate representative of Biscayne Beach because Stillwater is just a tiny little gated area of Biscayne Beach.
Well, Paula, those are the same folks that derailed your neighborhood on the Tatum Waterway discussion. They're deciding for you how you're going to live and what you can do with your neighborhood. So those are the same folks that live behind gated communities and like it that way, and the folks who don't have to suffer.
But Mr. Chairman, the taxing district is only the people who live inside that gate. So they don't. The taxing district does not apply to the people on the other side.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay. Well, I think we're ready to move the item.
Okay. There are. David Richardson, thank you for doing a sign. I can't hear the meeting. I don't know what's going on with you, Commissioner Richardson. You can't hear us? PJ, could you call Commissioner Richardson or someone call him and help him sort out these technical difficulties? It's important that he be able to participate. He can't hear.
Understood. We're working on it right now.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, no hand. So, John, you need somebody to move this?
I'll move it, Mr. Chair.
All right, out of respect for Commissioner Richardson, he seems to want to dial in. He can't hear.
Okay.
So before we move something, let's see if we get him to hear us. Nod, David, if you can hear us now, at least on the phone. Okay.
And just to be clear, the item will be heard on next Wednesday, July 29th. So, there's still plenty of opportunity to make any changes if needed.
Okay. Let's move this. And if Commissioner Richardson wants to chime in, we can, I guess, bring it back. I think that would be appropriate. Okay, Commissioner Samuelin, you had a motion. Does anybody want to second it? Are my colleagues having lunch right now? I'll second it then.
I thought this was finance committee, so I thought only the three of you formally voted on this. But if not,
yeah, I had the same thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. You are absolutely correct. That's why we need Commissioner Richardson to get back on here. But I can second it. That's at least two, so it could pass from this committee.
I'm the alternate if necessary.
Okay, well,
I think
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We'll let
there
him
he
know.
is.
It was a
Commissioner
joke.
Richardson, you're back.
The problem is I haven't been able to hear any of the meeting. I've been texting people, can we stop? Can we pause? I haven't been able to hear the last 5 minutes of the meeting, so I don't even know what we're talking about. I apologize.
David, we're talking about item number 2. I don't want to summarize, but it's sort of a technical.
Oh, this is on the
hearing.
Alice. This is the
Yeah. There was just one public comment from Paula King, just asking that her neighborhood be not represented by other gated communities, and Jimmy clarified. John, anything we want to say here to catch Commissioner Richardson up to speed?
I think this is pretty much a routine item where 3 special taxing districts that are really just security guard, costs associated with maintaining the security guard houses. They were with the county, they're transitioning over the city. We've had to work with them on a budget and an assessment, and we've done that. And this item's going to be heard formally next Wednesday at July 29th. So we just want to give them an opportunity to speak if they wanted to. This is really one of their 2 opportunities to speak. And I don't think any of the 3 folks that we were working with are on the call. So I think it's safe to move it at this point.
Yeah, no, I support it.
Okay.
And thank you, my colleagues. I apologize. I don't know what happened, but maybe I was talking too much in the earlier meeting. And you guys put me in timeout or something. I don't know.
No. If anything like that happens again, just do the sign.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to item number 3, the GeoBond program update, and then something that I wanted to discuss was the skate park project and moving it into a new tranche, because that's a shovel-ready program that we could finish sooner rather than later.
I'll just introduce it. Maria Hernandez is going to give the presentation. We're going to try to cover both items together. The GeoBond update, we're about a year and a half, halfway through the first tranche, at least in terms of timing. And so we felt like it was appropriate to give a quick update. And as part of that, to address potentially moving up the North Beach Skate Park project. So with that, Maria, can you jump in?
Yes, I'm here, and I will share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Hello? Am I muted?
Yes,
Oh,
we
you
can see it, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so good morning, commissioners. Maria Hernandez with the City Manager's Office. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to update everyone on the status of the GeoBond program. It's been a long time since we've done this. So the first thing I just wanted to say really quickly is how much our team is always in relentless pursuit of efficiency and transparency. In terms of transparency, we promoted through all the tools that we've created to report the GeoBond to the public, and it's mostly through the use of the GeoBond program website. You know, we post everything on our website. Every project update is there, all the meeting minutes, our meeting recordings, newsletters, the LTCs, our geoblogs, everything is there. Before COVID, we took that website on the road to several of the HOAs, beginning with Miami Beach United, and then we took it to several others, and we showed them our dashboard and updated those groups. And we had all those meetings until March, and then COVID hit, and that caused us to stop. So, but we continue communicating via our GeoBond blogs, which have recently, by the way, received a huge amount of hits. And I reported that earlier this week in our monthly GeoBond Oversight Committee LTC, or Oversight Program LTC, that I sent you all on Tuesday. So in terms of efficiency, the structure of the program has several departments executing their own projects, and that has turned out to be very effective and efficient by virtue of the fact that the number of projects that we've been able to get done, we've been able to get them done in a very short period of time. We also combine projects, we work on that so that, and we schedule them properly so that work doesn't get twice, work doesn't get damaged by different projects. And then we also believe, and this is going to be something important for the near future, that the construction market is going to be in our favor as some of these larger projects get launched. And now I'm really referring to, the 72nd Street Aquatic Center, the Par 3 project, which is Bayshore Park, Fire Station number 1, and the pedestrian bridge. I mean, this is $89 million worth of projects. They're going to have about $60 million or more worth of construction. And they're all currently in the design phase, and they're going to be commencing construction in 2021 and 2022. And from my conversations with some of the contractors in the industry, they're seeing a lot better pricing coming from subs. So we may be in a very good position to get more for our money. So we're happy about that. So our goal is always to make the most with the least and avoid waste. And we believe we've achieved this pretty well so far. And I'm going to show you that in the next couple slides. So this is just a refresher. This is the program, the whole program. So 38 of the 57 projects of the GeoBond, and I don't know if you can see my cursor, they are all to be executed or commenced in tranche 1. That's in the first 3 years of the program. So those 38 projects, that 67% really equates to 35% of the program budget. We have $435 million overall. We have $151 million in tranche 1. And here are the 38 projects in tranche 1 in terms of the count. This is a pretty important slide that I think we're going to come to in the future in other meetings. So the chart clearly shows the magnitude of the amount of projects that are spread over the tranches. So the 2 columns on the left list all of the 38 projects of tranche 1 in the light blue color. The chart on the right shows all the other tranches. So there's 19 projects in the future tranches, 38 in tranche 1. So there's 10 projects coming in tranche 2. There are 6 in tranche 3 and 3 in tranche 4. And if you see this, the asterisk, what the asterisk indicates is that these are projects that all span more than one tranche. So 25 out of the 57 projects of the whole bond are executed over more than one tranche. This is our timeline as of today. We have, well, first of all, it's a 12-year program, 4 tranches, 3 years each. We are in the 15th month of the first tranche. So we spent about 42% of our time in tranche 1 and about 10% of the time overall. So this is our project activity. This shows in terms of the number of projects, this is our activity on the left. These are our expenditures on the right, and the colors correlate one with the other. As of today, we've completed 6 projects. There's 29 projects that are in some form of active status. That's what we're showing in the orange. And this is the funding that correlates with that. And out of the 29 that are active, 8 have components which are under construction. So we have currently spent about $25 million and encumbered another 18.8, which is about $44 million or 29 to 30% of the funds in tranche 1. So this is a slide that I hope, I don't lose people with this. So many of the projects that we have in the GeoBond program have separate components. A good example of this would be the Scott Rakow renovation. There are 9 separate sub-projects within the one project, and each project is tracked and it's reported on either our GeoBond dashboard or to our GeoBond committee separately. So when you total the amount of sub-projects that have been created in tranche 1 so far, the number is not 38, it's 71. And the project activity chart, well, on the left, it shows that 39% of all of the sub-projects that we have in tranche 1 are completed. We have 11% which are under construction. We have 15% that are in a design phase, 27% that are in some form of planning phase. So those would be the active phases, and then 7% that are pending. The chart on the right, which is the expenditures chart, basically shows that this is the funding that correlates to the same colors. So the lime green shows the budget amounts in percent to the number of sub-projects that are completed. So 11% of the expenditures equate to the 28 projects that we have completed so far. 20% of the budget equates to 8 of the projects that we have under construction. 35% of the, 19% of the budget.
Maria, Maria, it's sorry to cut you off on this. Please continue, but just in the interest of time, this was just an update, and this is very helpful. But let's try to speed it up.
Okay, it's only a couple more minutes. So basically, what this shows is the correlation of expenditures. What's going to be important here is that as we complete smaller projects over the next 6 months to a year, and the larger projects begin construction, the dollars expended will become greater, and the number of sub-projects completed will become smaller. So in terms of our quick wins, we've pretty much gotten most of them done. We only have 5 left. So we have really done well with those. This is my best slide because this basically shows the savings that we have to date on all of those 28 projects that we have completed. We have saved $2.9 million in the 3 categories. That's about an 18% savings, over $16.7 million worth of projects. I would be remiss if I didn't give credit to the departments that achieved that savings. Parks has done an amazing job, so has property management, our police department, our tourism. They're the ones that have saved all that money. So all the credit goes to them. And this is just the last slide really in this whole presentation, except for the skate park. I just urge everybody to always go to our website if they want information. We work on it very hard. All the information's in real time. So we always want to show that we keep it up. So we can go into the skate park now, Mr. Chair, if you want to jump right into that. So we have a GeoBond project number 30. It's a skate park.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I did not see your hand. I apologize. Was it up?
No worries. No worries. Okay. Maria, I just wanted to do this before we went deep on that project. Thank you very much for this presentation, you and your entire team and our resident oversight committee. That savings of $2.8 million is sort of music to the finance committee's ears. So we really appreciate it. I love the reporting, the transparency, the fact-based communications, all very good. So very, very pleased. I just have one simple question. I believe we have a process where the Inspector General does a quarterly review. And I think that is so important that our residents know that entire office has some oversight here is helping. My recollection is their last report was, I'm going to characterize it as quite favorable. Just a simple question. To the best of your knowledge, are there any open issues or comments they've made that have not been addressed?
Well, thank you for your question, Commissioner, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Our IG, they go to all of our GeoBond committee meetings, and they are also invited to all of our internal meetings. So we are very closely connected to them. They are about to send out, I know that Janie Singer is working on a current report for the second quarter. So I haven't seen that report yet. In her conversations and mine, from the last report, we wanted to really talk a lot to our team about waste and to try to really avoid waste as much as possible. We were thinking about doing a presentation for our internal team to really understand what waste is. And I was trying to get that set up when COVID-19 hit and kind of derailed that effort. I have talked to Janie and told her already that I want to get that back on track in the very near future. But that was really the only thing that we had left pending. And I look forward to their current report, which we should be getting momentarily. It's going to cover us all the way to June.
Wonderful. Thank you for that response. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Do I
Okay,
continue,
great.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, let's see. I see two hands up, and I'm not sure, well, who knows a thing or two about the GEO bond, and then Matisse Cohen. So let's call in Karen. Karen, what would you like to say? You're still on mute.
Yeah, good afternoon, Karen Rebo. I just want to say, as the chair of the General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee, that I think we should all be very proud of the work of the city in executing these projects. Our committee has continued to hold staff accountable for, making sure these projects are done on budget, on time, and we have maintained that transparency is critical. So I'm proud of our committee work. We always look for ideas and suggestions for how to be the best committee we can be to make sure these projects are done well. But I want to commend staff for their real diligence. So I just wanted to say that today.
And thank you, Karen, for continuing to steer the GEO bond oversight committee. Thank you so much. Matisse and then Wayne.
Hi, to respect all of your time, I first want to say that the GeoBond website and dashboard is probably the most comprehensive review of anything going on in the city. And I want to commend staff and the oversight committee for being truly transparent and giving an up-to-date status on every project. It's really a pleasure to review that on a weekly basis and really see the status and the progress that the city is making. In the interest of time, I want to comment on the next item, which is the skateboard park. It's been over 10 and a half years of discussions about the skateboard park in North Beach. It has been delayed and done and all kinds of different things, and it's time to build on the success. It's been successful. This is an easy win. Expand it and make this really bring it to fruition quickly. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Wayne.
I gotta say that the young lady who presented was amazing. Her skill set is beyond anything I've seen in Miami Beach. The PowerPoint presentation was exceptional. So I want to congratulate her efforts and her skill set. I do have an issue calling this parking lot an aquatic center, and I'm not a big fan of the Go Bond to beginning with during the vote, but in terms of transparency, that aquatic center is 80% of parking garage. That should have probably been in our previous conversation about, parking bonds and how it arrived in our Go Bond, was to special interests. And I just wanted to bring that up, but I want to congratulate her for, she's amazing. Congratulations.
Maria is amazing. And if you've been to our convention center, we have her to thank for that. And that's why we put her in charge of the GEO bond and $500 million taxpayer money. She is amazing. Yes, but she also is an amazing presenter, and she can passionate. So I got to rein her in sometimes, but she's amazing. Okay, we're turning back over to you, Maria. There's no other hands up.
Okay, so this is the last slide. At last month's Finance Committee meeting, the committee discussed the possibility of advancing the skate park. The skate park is a Tranche 3 project. It has a budget of $750,000. It's located in North Beach, and the project would be located in the same location as it is today, the project enhancement or expansion. In the memo, we described 2 ways which the project could be advanced. One way would be from the use of the savings. There's currently $2 million in savings in the parks category. However, the administration does not recommend using these savings at this time, because what we would rather do is keep the savings as a contingency to be used for future GeoBond project needs for other parks projects. The second way is to do a type of a swap. And by virtue of the fact that there is currently a Tranche 1 project, which is, it's a sub-project, it's the North Shore Park and Fields. And this project is in the same category as the skate park. But this project has to be moved into Tranche 2. And the reason for that is that it has to be built after the aquatic center, the 72nd Street Aquatic Center is built. So then what happens is that we have to bring, this $3.7 million is already in Tranche 1, and we could substitute or bring in this skate park project to cover a portion of what that $3.7 million is right now and move the North Shore Park and Fields to Tranche 2. This is the option that we would recommend. I would love to be able to take this after you all make a decision today back to our GeoBond committee so they could also give it to some, give it support. I would also like to say that there's still $1.9 million if we go this route that has other projects that need to be moved up. So we would have to look into that. And then finally, this would require the Finance Committee's recommendation, commission approval, and a budget amendment. I do believe, John, if that is correct. So that's it, Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you. And thank you, Wayne.
Awesome work, Maria. So your staff recommendation is the second option, just swap.
Correct.
Okay.
The swap. Yes.
Let me see if colleagues have hands up. Okay, Commissioner Richardson, your hand is up. Hopefully.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you. Great. Thank you, Maria, for the presentation. I just had a question relates to the presentation that was earlier had that John, I think, when we were looking for the additional money for the North Shore Park, I know we put 4 projects on hold, and I don't know if that was GeoBond money, but Maria just said we had other money now that if we do this swap that will be available. Can you enlighten me on whether or not that money that now is available could be used for these other 4, or how does that work? Let me know.
Yeah, that's a good question. We are trying to maintain something of a firewall between the GeoBond projects and the rest of the capital budget, if you will. So we don't recommend funding shortfalls in non-GeoBond projects from GeoBond projects, because we anticipate that at some point as we move forward in time, some of those GeoBond projects could be short. So we think that mixing those apples and oranges could be very problematic. So we're trying to keep those separate. So when Maria is talking about swaps and savings, she's really talking about within the GeoBond program only.
Right. So all 4 of those other programs that we talked about this morning are not GeoBond, the ones that we delayed, right?
Correct. They're funded by the resort tax quality of life. And so,
okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I understand, and I agree that we want to keep these categories straight, because we might have a shortfall in another project, and we might need that money later. That makes total sense. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
And Commissioner Samuel, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation, so I'll move the item.
Yep, and I'll second it. I'm also comfortable with it, so.
Okay, great. Thank you. Maria, fine job. Thank you.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
Does that conclude items 3 and 4?
Yes.
Okay. Item 5 may take a little bit. Also, colleagues, needs, whether bathroom break or to eat lunch. We only have 6 and 7, I'm told, can move quickly. We have a 1 o'clock resiliency meeting. What's the appetite for taking a short lunch break on this, but just mindful of everyone's needs? How do you all feel? If we can conclude all these items the next half a lunch break?
You cut out.
We should conclude.
Let's say that again. You
include all these items. 6 and 7 will be quick. I don't know how long 5 will be, but if we can get all these things done in half an hour, that would take us to 1:15. Do you want to do a lunch break? Meeting.
Don't we have the 1 o'clock commission meeting?
Yeah.
It's going to get pushed back. Clearly, there's no way we can.
Yeah.
We can get
all
Mr.
this
Chair.
done. The mayor's running that one. Raul, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think in terms of if you want to get stuff done quickly, I think number 7 is a fairly quick article, quick item. It's a 1-year renewal of the Bureau agreement pending further negotiation.
So we have 6. That's what I was saying. 6 and 7 we can maybe get done quickly. I don't know. 5 is going to take a while, and then that's going to press us for sure. Trying to manage everyone's time. I have not had lunch. I mean, I can manage, but how other folks feel.
Let's get 6 and 7 done. Yeah.
Let's get 6 and 7 done.
Finish this agenda and then take a lunch break.
Yeah.
Start the resiliency out.
Yeah. The reason I bring it up is for people that are watching, staff somewhere, just so people have time to know that we might go on lunch break. I would like a 30-minute lunch break. Okay. Commissioner Minor, you have your hand up, and then John, do number.
Yeah, I guess I put my hand up just to make sure we heard number 5 today. I didn't know if we were breaking at one at time certain. I'm not adverse to moving this to the commission meeting, but it needs to be heard today because we're voting on this Wednesday, and we had agreed at the last commission meeting that this, not the 2 commission meetings ago, that this would be heard before.
We will certainly hear item 5. It's very important. Okay, number 6, John, you want to get 6 done quick?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so number 6, this is Commissioner Gongora's item, and he had asked a while back to if we could do an analysis, something of a variance analysis that would kind of show by budget and positions how has the budget changed or grown over time. And I really I want to apologize. I should have gotten this analysis done prior to the budget season, so it was more on the front end. I guess it's better late than never, but I will commit to updating this thoroughly for the next budget cycle so that we have the benefit of this analysis on the front end of the process instead of here more toward the middle end. So I'm going to go ahead and share the screen. I have a short presentation to just walk through the main takeaways of the analysis. Okay. So first off, just want to be clear, we only focus on the general fund. That is where most of the city departments are. When we update this for next year's budget process, we can certainly add other funds. We have good detail for FY 2014 through FY 2020. We have not been able to update this completely with the 2021 numbers, and you know, given today's parking discussion, it's not really finalized anyway. So we did provide bottom line numbers though, so you could kind of see where we are. So they're sort of in there, just not a ton of detail. So one of the main takeaways is how's the budget grown since 2014? And what we've done is we've shown a variance 28%. You divide that by 7 years. That's an average growth of 4.1%. The CPIU for this area is 2.1%. We're always going to be more than likely higher than CPI because we have some key cost drivers that I'm going to go over in the next slide. But the main takeaway is that we don't have a runaway budget. The budget's only grown 4% a year. I'd like to think that that sounds like a fairly reasonable number. You know, some of the drivers we have to deal with is health insurance. We're self-insured. We do have a pension system, and we have collective bargaining agreements with five union organizations. So we have COLAs and merits and different things. And so that's why our numbers usually not is higher than just the basic CPI number. So that was just one quick takeaway for you. As far as positions, we have a lot of detail in this analysis if you feel like diving into the attachment. But when we plug in the positions, especially since we have quite a few reductions in this year, we're down to only 0.5% growth over the last 7 years. You know, I think there's been a narrative that we had added a ton of positions over the last few years, and at least in the last 2 or 3, we've certainly reduced that number substantially. The variances, we have good information, again, that's detailed from 14 to 20. And so that variance is 150. And so you can see by department which ones have the most variances. And then in the next couple of slides, we try and explain them. Hopefully a lot of these look familiar to commissioners who've been here for several years. So, you know, officers in school, adding additional lifeguard stands, additional rescue unit in Station 4, park ranger program, enforcement in the entertainment district, you know, urban forestry, insourcing the call center, you know, various public works, and also procurement. We've spent a lot of time trying to streamline those internal procurement policies and procedures. So those are just, I'm just listing a few of them here on the slides. The attachment has all the detail. And slide 11, this is really the last slide. Just we've seen this before, but just, you know, to point out again, not only do we have 3% less positions than we did 15 years ago, but over the last 6, if you compare 2021 to 2016, we're 2 less than we had in 2016. So, you know, I think we've you know, heard direction from commission, and I think we followed through on reducing headcount substantially in the organization. So those are just some quick takeaways. If anyone wants to, you know, spend more time outside of the meeting looking at the attachment, the analysis, and giving us some follow-up questions or anything, be happy to run those down. And as I mentioned earlier, we would definitely update this for next year's budget process, so it would be available at the beginning.
Okay, thanks, John. Nice update. Commissioner Gongora, you have your hand up from the public.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. John, I appreciate you getting this before the committee and for doing some initial work, but this really isn't what I envisioned when I referred over the item. And I would like to leave it remaining pending for the coming fiscal year, because what I really wanted was to have a deeper dive. As we discussed, your comparison from 14 to 21 might not be the best year to have picked, because I think there were a number of departments created that year. But I think it is interesting to see the position count and trend nonetheless. And I also think we need to look into where the monies have gone up a little bit deeper, because there's a variance in the general fund budget of $75 million over 75 years, where we have, I'm sorry, 75 million over 7 years, where we have essentially the same amount of position. So it's kind of interesting to try to figure out, why are we increasing at over $10 million per year? And is that all health insurance and pension, or is that something else? Finally, we only looked at new departments and areas of variance. And what I really would like to see happen in the next fiscal year is an in-depth analysis into all departments, not just limiting it to these 4 that we've highlighted for this presentation. I think we should take a look at every department and see where they've grown and where the budget is. One of the questions that I get, and I don't want to talk about it today because it's a lengthy conversation, But also, you know, the city attorney's department, that budget has been a little bit obscure, even for me, that's a lawyer, and I would like to be able to understand that better. So I think this is an interesting snapshot. I'm not quite sure how much more we can do considering the time limitations and where we're at on the budget vote, but I would like to leave this remaining pending this coming year for a much deeper dive, and I'd be happy to meet with you in advance for that.
Absolutely, no problem.
Yeah, and I echo Commissioner Gongora's comments on this. I've raised it myself since I got here. Sponsored and spearheaded the effort to do zero-based budgeting, and that discipline to be worthwhile because we were able to cut some money out of the sanitation department. But I think we need to go through every single department in our city to streamline and identify efficiencies. And, you know, this late, I understand COVID and everything that, John, but we really got to instill more discipline, even more. It's like parking to ask for cuts. We need to be able to look at those people in the eye and say, we have gone top down, bottom up in every single department to streamline costs before department uniquely hard. So let's get that done, and I support Commissioner Gongora on this. Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Okay, John, who's going to lead us on item number 7? Jimmy, is this you? A one-year extension?
I'll take it, and Heather Shaw and Marcia might also jump in. As I mentioned during the second budget workshop, where we showed a $2.6 million savings from the GMCVB contract, we reached out to them very quickly after we started to see the impact from COVID, because we knew that in the coming year that we were going to need some help in sharing some of this, the pain, some of this burden of this COVID crisis. And so as part of the COVID gap, we were able to negotiate a one-year agreement with the CVB. Our normal agreement includes $5.2 million of a base fee, a flat base fee, and a almost $2 million incentive fee for a total of $7.1 million. So their agreement was set to expire at the end of this fiscal year. Usually creating a new agreement, long-term agreement with the CVB, I think our history is that that's a long process. We're in the middle of COVID. It didn't seem to make sense that we would be able to spend quality time on that effort. So what the administration's recommending is doing kind of a special one-year extension that looks pretty different from their normal, the structure of their normal contract. So what we did is we met with them. We said, hey, we need some savings for next year, and even some savings from the current year where we got stuck paying a flat fee, even though our revenues went down dramatically. And so I want to give them a lot of credit for working with us. The spirit of engagement, the collaboration that they exhibited was great. They basically, you know, all the conditions that I'm presenting to you here are really because we asked for them. And this also gives us an extra, you know, time to work on that long-term agreement. And so really just the highlights are that we basically are guaranteed a $2.6 million savings. And then the remaining amount that they are going to get, we converted it to a percentage of the resort tax, which is great because then we have downside protection. If the resort tax collections are less than we projected, then we pay them less. And if they're more, they get a little bit more. And also as part of this deal, they generously elected to contribute $75,000 for a branding identity consulting project. And I think Marcia and Heather could tell you a little bit about that at this point. Marcia?
Hey,
There
Marcia.
Hi there. Good afternoon, commissioners. Tonya Daniels and Heather are leading this project, and I believe they're both on the phone as well as probably one of the representatives from Lewis and Lois. I'm not sure who wants to take the lead on that.
I can give a little bit of background on it if you would like. I can go ahead and get it started for you. So you guys had placed as part of the goals and objectives going into Jimmy's contract as promoting Miami Beach as a world-class arts, culture, and entertainment destination. Because of that, I had worked with Matt Kenny, our former tourism director. We had worked with procurement, put out an RFLI, got a bunch of responses to have a consultant come in and do a thorough analysis of the brand of Miami Beach, as well as help us move forward with developing a brand that would in fact promote Miami Beach as a world-class arts, culture, and entertainment destination. The organization that we had elected to work with is a merge of two companies, actually. It's Lewis & Lewis and Bond. They are a global agency. They have offices in California, in Helsinki, in Dubai. They have presence in New York. And so we thought that a global agency that could really look at who we are and look at us globally, as well as do a extensive market analysis on our brand and how our brand is perceived both regionally, nationally, and internationally, which is what they will be charged with. They're charged with doing a lot of different focus groups, including our residents, potential visitors, our hotel industry, our arts and culture industry, doing some national and international focus groups, and really bringing all of that back to us. They would be meeting with each of you individually. They would be meeting with our local business and hotel associations. And from there, we would present those findings to you all, and then we would move forward on working on a new brand identity for the city of Miami Beach. And I do have a representative from Bond and Lewis & Lewis on the call if you would like to hear.
Okay, give me a second. All right, no colleagues have their hands up. There are folks from the public. Tanya, who you're referring to? You're on mute, Tanya. You said you had some folks that wanted to speak.
So Mr. Roderick Frazier, I'm moving him over right now. He represents the company, and he can talk a little bit as to who they are and kind of present a little bit about them for you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm joining you from Los Angeles, but I represent a conglomerate of creative individuals worldwide, as Tonya explained. We reach as far as Los Angeles to New York, Helsinki, Dubai, and we're really excited about this challenge from the city of Miami Beach. And we know that in order for this to succeed, we need to get buy-in from everyone. So this becomes really a stakeholder outreach and community building exercise, especially within the touring businesses across the city of Miami Beach. We are looking for this to be a cost-effective solution that we can tap into and hopefully reach a wider city of Miami Beach tourism sector. And what our research will do is bring in the hotels, as Tonya explained, the city managers, the residents, most importantly, and you all, so we don't have to spend money on big research projects. We really feel like with the focus groups that we're going to have and the both internationally and domestic, coupled with your thoughts and the residents and the businesses, this can be a brand that everyone wants to use, and we can, permeate it out to the world, essentially. And the only way to make sure we get this right is to build it from the ground up. And it is your brand, and it will communicate who you are to the world, and it will attract the world to you. So we're really excited about joining you all in this challenge. And if you all have any questions, I'm better at answering questions than I am at talking about myself.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody have Commissioner Samuelin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that brief overview of what potentially could be a very exciting project. Just my question is, could you please describe what the primary deliverables of the project are and the timing?
Yeah, so the timing is still in flux right now because we're currently discussing the market research. As you know, with the pandemic being an additive to this exercise, it has now exceeded our initial thought of the market research time. So the timing is still in flux. But our deliverables are market research, both qualitative and quantitative. So we'll both look at, focus groups, but also send out actual surveys via email So we're getting data. We'll then synthesize that data into a presentation. So you're able to see not only your questions reflected, but the questions of the larger residents, the larger world, internationally and domestically. So that's our first deliverable, is a presentation of our qualitative and quantitative research in our discovery phase. And then we move on to what we call the magic phase, where we start to craft the verbal identity and the visual identity of the city of Miami Beach. And this is crafted through taglines, through associating your mission statement, your overall mission statement that currently exists, and making sure that that fully envelops who you are and who you're going to be. All of this, of course, is not something that we imagine is going to be done right away. We are looking at a phased approach for this, and we're making sure that, you know, the matriculation of the process is in line with what is actually going on in the city. So during the magic phase, after we've done the verbal identity and the visual identity, which then manifests itself into a logo, conceptual art, graphic design, mood boards, we're then going to make that more tactical, right? Into campaigns, into actual specific drivers that speak to residents, hotels, the world at large, trying to be who Miami Beach.
All right, Roderick, let me just urge you to keep it short. We've got a number of folks from the public that I think want to speak on this. Thank you very much for colleagues.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Okay, please.
Yep, just to conclude on that first, Roderick, thank you for that explanation. I absolutely am delighted to learn more about the magic phase. That's a new one. My request for the next time, I would just love to maybe see a case study or two of similar clients, municipalities who went through that journey as you described it, and just sort of get a sense of the deliverables, the ideas. That would just help me for another day. So thank you for that info.
We'll be sending that out. We'll be sending that out for you all to read through and get to know us more. So we'll definitely send that out. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Okay. All right, folks, we've got members of the public that would like to speak. Let's keep the comments to 2 minutes. John Fan next, followed by someone with the phone number that ends in 3186.
This is John Fanning. I just tuned in. I thought at 1 o'clock there was going to be discussion of the pump station at South Point Park. I have not heard anything on that. Have I missed something?
No, sir. We're wrapping up this meeting, and we'll be starting that meeting. My guess is 2 o'clock is my guess, is we'll probably start that meeting, judging from the time we're going on this. So just stay tuned, and we'll be back. Next caller is 3186.
Hey, Ricky, this is my sweet spot. I understand marketing and I understand what this gentleman's talking about. And, you know, I appreciate the conversation, but we really need a statement of work. And, you know, the reality is that we need a marketing automation platform that creates a fan base that we don't have, and that we could market to, but we could also do these sort of surveys. Also, the conversation didn't include business activation or to the community in terms of getting businesses to move to Miami Beach as part of the conversation. And, you know, I think they're all tied in. So, you know, that has to be part of the statement of work in terms of, you know, what that effort will look like. Thank you.
Okay. Andres?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was on mute, gentlemen. I think I just heard the answer to my question. I thought we had a 1 o'clock schedule to talk about the pump station and vote, guys. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, that'll be coming up next, probably within the hour. Matisse Cohen, and then Mitch Novick, and then Wendy Kalergis.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for this presentation, the fact that we are having this discussion And we hear a lot about reimagining Ocean Drive, reimagining Miami Beach. But one of the things that we've missed here is that we have been discussing at the commission level, committee level, and through the community about diversifying our economy. And the only thing I heard in this conversation was about tourist perception. And I really believe that if our brand is being reimagined and we are taking control over our brand, as our leaders have been stating, then we have to have within this discussion the idea of how do we diversify our economy. It's not only about what outside perception is, it's about what is our goals. And I don't know what the directive of our staff has been to this firm, but if it excluded the element of diversifying our economy and our dependency on only tourism, then we are once again behind the curve, letting the horses out of the stable without having that real conversation. Thank you.
Mitch Novick. Mitch Novick.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Mitch Novick. I own the Sherbrooke Hotel. I've been in the hotel business for over 30 years. I was impressed by the Lewis and Bond Agency's presentation. In terms of rebranding, I think initially, or to begin, the message that needs to be sent out is that the party is over, kids. Go find another city to destroy. Over the years, I don't know, I'm afraid to figure out how much in resort taxes I've paid to the county to support the GMCVB top brass 300K plus salaries. In closing, I believe the city should sever its relationship with the GMCVB. We do need to reimagine this area, the Art Deco cultural area, without this open air entertainment component, which again has only been disastrous to the entire neighborhood, which was once thriving with tourists, residents, affluent visitors. And again, please sever the relationship you have with the GMCVB. All I see them is wasting our money, our time. They parade up to the podium every time the dysfunctional Ocean Drive Association wants to do anything in support. And we know where that's taken us. It's taken us to hell. So again, please sever the relationship with the GMCVB. Thank you.
Wendy Colergis.
Hi, everyone. Can you see me? I'm trying to, let's see. You can hear me okay, right?
We hear you, don't see you.
So how's everybody? Thank you for all your support and hard work throughout this COVID-19 virus. And the Greater Miami Beaches Hotel Association, as you know, our board of directors and our members are firmly behind the GMCVB's marketing, branding efforts, and very relevant efforts right now for the entire hospitality and tourism industry, and to support our convention setting bookings during the destination pledge to include the convention center and the hotels, and really excited about also working with the new branding agency and are in full support of the administration's support to extend their contract. Thank you so much for your partnership.
Okay, let's bring it back up to the dais. Colleagues, comment, Commissioner Richardson or Samuelin. I'm sorry, a new hand went up. Spoken, so put your hand down. Okay, Commissioner Richardson, hopefully you can be heard. Yes?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Okay, yep.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everyone for the briefing and for the comments. I got a briefing just like we all did individually the other day. I think John and the administration did a great job here of getting some concessions from the organization, and I will move this one-year extension.
Okay, I want to just comment.
Of course.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know that
I got you. Okay. My feeling on this personally, and I love the GMCVB and all the, for, forever, for the decades they've done it. I want us to always reach out and try to do the best, most imaginative work we can. And to that end, do we use this as an opportunity to go out to market and see what kind of firms might like to represent specifically Miami Beach? This would have been true pre-COVID, but post-COVID, even more. The mayor's new initiative of reimagining South Beach, at least in a competitive bid situation, to engage national firms on how they might rebrand Miami Beach. And obviously this GMCVB would be a part of that effort. They would track, but rather than just roll it over for the next year and kick the can down the road, are we better served in formally initiating an RFP process just to see what the market might, if nothing else, you get a free look at ideas and get into a really competitive bidding situation. And obviously the GMCVB would be one of those agencies that would bid on this, and they might win it. But I do think that rather than just doing status quo type work all the time, we might be better served to engage the market. And so that's how I feel about it. So I won't second this motion. I would encourage us to maybe go out and at a minimum bid this out and see what happens. And I see Commissioner Minor's hand went up, have gone up.
Yeah, just to reiterate what you said, Chair, I as you know, I will always go for the competitive bidding, and I think we want to see what the marketplace has to bear on this. So I concur.
Commissioner Samuelin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm always a fan of hearing from the marketplace. I want to hear from our city team, though, before we go in just a little bit more about the mechanics of, when is our contract good for? Does anything we've negotiated impact this decision? How quickly could we get to the market, and what would happen in the interim? So I'm open to the concept, but I need to hear some mechanics around all that before we go down that path.
Yeah, I think what I'm concerned about is that we're basically, in a crisis situation right now, and locking in savings that we can count on in an uncertain environment. That's pretty big in terms of, how we're balancing the budget and having some certainty about that. And I would just encourage that the ideas that we're talking about that are on the table right now can all be part of the long-term plan as we take a little bit more time. Because, for example, this contract extension is on the July 29th agenda. If we choose to do something else, we're not going to have something in place by the time this contract runs out September 30th. And at a critical time when there's a lot of limited market share out there of potential tourists going to destinations, and we may not have our best voice or best version of our marketing and promotion happening at a critical time. So for me, it's more of a timing issue than anything else. So I just wanted to get that clear. Marcia, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, commissioners, I wanted to talk a little bit about what the Bureau's role for us is. And their most important function is that they sell the convention center. So that's that portion that John identified, that incentive piece, that's their sell. So Commissioner Ariola, their role in promoting us as a destination is in addition to their role at selling the convention center. So I think that's an important piece that we can't let go of. Right now, selling that convention center is difficult, and it's going to be challenging, and we need them on board to continue to do that for the vitality of that center once post pandemic.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up, because
Yep.
my question really is about timing. So we're hitting right at it. To the city administration, what's a reasonable time frame from when we said, we would like to entertain competitive bids, to put together the procurement documents, go to the marketplace, bring it back, do the qualifications, make a decision, and have a partner, could be the GMCVB, in place? How long is that process?
It's a several month process. We could start this fall or January, February at the latest. That's just one thought. Marcia, what do you think?
I wanted to say that just the procurement process is going to be long-term. It's not going to be quick. So we wouldn't be able to get it started, this before the end of the year. I don't see that happening. So to me, it would be a long-term thing.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so my view, just to conclude on my perspective here, I think that we need a partner during this critical time. I'm prepared to support what we have in front of us in terms of the GMCVB. Sounds like what some of my colleagues have interest in, that's going to take a while. So if we want to maybe approve what's in front of us and then tee up that planning to get the ball going, that may be a way to hit both marks. But I really feel like today I'm ready to support what's in front of us.
Commissioner, if I could just a second, and maybe the timing is all right, because we have a little bit of, so right now we're not pushing Miami Beach as a destination because there's no travel, there's no tourism that's right now. So we can take advantage of this branding firm that we've just engaged and let them go through that process. Let the reimagining of Ocean Drive and the MXC take its course and see what we want to be moving forward. And then once we know what it is we want to be or who we want to be, then we engage the firm, whichever that is, whether it's the Bureau or someone else, to promote us as a destination. But I think right now, I don't think we know who we want to be. And so are we there to engage someone to promote us?
Okay, so I'm sorry, then I got one additional, thank you for that, Marcia, and I understand where you're coming from. What is the recommendation of the city administration?
Hang on, Mark, I just want to try to wrap this up. I'd like to, Jimmy, are you on? Can you do this? Are you on? I don't see Jimmy. You may have stepped away. But I would like, and I see Raul, I see your hand up, Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Richardson, I see all of you, but I do want to wrap this up. We do, I think, have a timing issue with respect to the GMCVB, but I think we're hearing some voices that may want to, longer term as the year progresses, hear from other agencies. But I'd like to hear from our top administrator, Jimmy, if he is around on this. And I see the mayor joined too. But Raul, did you want to say something? Is there a legal concern you have?
Yes, Commissioner, I just wanted to clarify the action being requested. And that goes to also, I just want to address Commissioner Minor's concern with regard to competitive bidding. Right now, the initial 5-year term of our current agreement with the Bureau expires on September 30th. Under the agreement, they have an additional 5-year term, which is exercisable at our discretion. Rather than exercise this term now, what we are asking for is a 1-year extension of the agreement within which to either A, negotiate an additional 5-year term and bring that back to you, or B, in the alternative, if that's not the will of the commission, then go out to competitive bidding and for a new agreement. So right now there's no waiver of competitive bidding. We're not ready to exercise the 5-year term because we wanted direction from the commission. And we think that the year will give us time to evaluate our options closer and bring a recommendation back to you.
Thank you, Raul. Commissioner Richardson, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the only reason that I moved the item is because it is 1 year. If it had been for more than 1 year, I would not have moved the item, because I totally agree with my colleagues that we need to look at other options. This is something I actually have talked to the administration about, and they said, look, this is a big decision, and so we don't want to make it in a week or a day. But I very much believe that we should look at other options, and we should have a competitive process. And as I said, the only reason I moved the item is because it's 1 year. If it were more than that, I would not have moved it. So I think that we should take the recommendation of the administration, do this 1 year, but we need to have a very robust discussion, and we need to get the administration moving forward so that we don't lose time. So we're ready to look at other options and have a competitive process. Thank you.
I suspected as much, Commissioner Richardson. My comments were to sort of clarify.
I wasn't clear. So I appreciate you letting me clarify that.
Yeah. And I suspected that, but I wanted to just go on record to take the opportunity since we're talking about it. Would your motion be, obviously do the 1 year extension and then direct the city administration to start an RFP process? Because those do take long, especially something this large.
That's exactly what I want. Okay. And I want the administrations to start looking at that. Yeah, absolutely.
And I'll second that. Okay. I'm going to second that motion exactly as stated.
And I support that fully. I see the mayor joined, and Jimmy, do you want to comment on any of this, or do you want us to keep going?
Would that include, there's two aspects to the relationship. One is the marketing of the destination, and the other is the booking of the convention center. Is there a desire to sort of include both of those in what goes out?
It's all in one agreement, Jimmy.
No, I understand. But if we're going to go out for
Chair, I could speak to that. I think, quite frankly, that, Mr. Manager, is something you should bring back to the commission with your recommendation, because if we extend this for 1 year, we've got, another 12, 13 months but I would be looking for you and your team to come back with a recommendation that if you think that we should look at 2 different firms, or if this work should be best done by 1 firm. So I would hope that would be part of the process and part of your recommendation.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Agreed. Mayor, do you have anything to say? I know you are very focused on South Beach.
I think though, first of all, I think what mostly the critical mass of what was said was correct. So I think all of you actually hit it right. I think we all got to be aware of the fact that, how we, it's my dog. Okay, how we manage going forward we may look for a different kind of play. We may be in a little more crisis management. We may have a different kind of destination. We may need different projects for different things. I think this is a critical time. So flexibility makes sense to me. And it seems like that's what the goal here was, to give us a year to sort of get our act together and let Heather and Jimmy and Marcia figure out the other options. And we should let them know that.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so let's move on to item 5. Who's teeing this up? This is an important item. I don't know if it's long or not. Mayor and anybody else, we agree that once we conclude this, we'll take a quick 30-minute lunch break for those of us who've been going on the Finance Committee and resiliency.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the dog, everybody.
Sorry.
So when do you want to start? At 2 o'clock?
Well, the minute we conclude this this item, then
I just want to give the world a time certain. So
I don't have an estimate on number 5. Does anybody know how long this will take?
We want a time certain. We could say 2:30. I think that'll give us 30 minutes for lunch and also conclude.
Okay. We'll start the commission meeting resiliency workshop at 2:30. That should give you enough time to finish and to feed yourselves.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, I will kick off item number 5, if that's okay. So this is a subset of the discussion on the overall marina redevelopment project. We presented the project on June 24th to the City Commission at first reading, and the direction of the commission was to go back and take a look at the specific appraisals for the transaction, We had initially hired 2 independent appraisers, CBRE and Walter Duke and Partners, and they had come back with appraisals of $70 and $80 million respectively for just the residential component of the overall transaction. The original proposals were for the initial concept plan of a shorter, wider building that met some resistance from the community. The developer had changed to a taller, narrower building, and in an abundance of caution, we wanted to go back and have the appraisers take another look at the specific project that was being proposed. Since June 24th, they've done those updates. They came back with the appraiser that was at 80 million, increased his appraised value to 87 million. And the appraiser that was at 70 million came back with an appraisal of $70 million. We just learned that the appraiser at $70 million has an adjustment that they'd like to make to their appraisal that'll take it to 71.5. So basically, if you're looking at the 2 appraisals, final is 87 million and 71.5 million. The cash and capital considerations that we're getting for the project of 55 million in cash, 22.5 million in guaranteed capital investments in the city-owned upland improvements on the project lands us at a value of $77.5 million, which is right in between those 2 appraisals. In addition, the appraisals don't take into consideration the $40 million in capital investment that we're getting on the marina side, as well as the initial cost of the baseline park, or the value of the overall park being contributed to the city. That's an update since we last spoke. The city has been able to secure control of that 1 acre park and have it carved out of the marina lease, with only basically allowing the marina to use it for 12 special events a year. And the rest of the time it would be completely our park. So if you were to compare this to the 3 acre park that we got in 500 Alton, which had a value of $52 million, the park itself could be valued, somewhere in that $17 to $20 million range. So we believe all in, this is an extremely beneficial deal for the city. We appreciate the commission being interested in wanting us to go back and double check the numbers and make sure it's right. And what we've gotten from the appraisals basically tells us that we're right on the money. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richardson, hang on. Raul, you have your hand up. Is there a legal thing you want to clarify?
No, sorry.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Richardson, you had your hand up, then it went down. Okay, so then Commissioner Minor, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Eric. I guess just procedurally, I think is important here. Are the appraisers going to be giving a presentation? That was what we had discussed.
We have, I believe both of the appraisers are on the meeting and can speak to any questions that you may have. If we could bring them into the panel, sure. It's Walter Duke and Stuart Lieberman.
Sure. And maybe to cut to the chase, obviously any commissioners can ask questions, but maybe to cut to the chase here, we don't need a whole presentation. Just the genesis of this was at the commission meeting. I had asked you whether the new design of the building, because the appraisals that had been done in May were based on a different design, a shorter, little bit wider. This is a taller, more slender design, and whether the monetary value of the air rights would be modified potentially based on the new design. And you had commented that possibly. So I had asked that we have a new appraisals done, and then Commissioner Samuelin actually had, I think, wisely suggested that the presentations be given prior to the July 29th meeting, because that's when we have to give our vote on second reading. So maybe they could just answer that question specifically as to, well, I guess one appraiser did change the appraisal, one did not. Maybe they can address that issue, what impact the new design has on the original appraisal they conducted.
And I see Walter Duke is in the panel. Maybe we could give him the opportunity to unmute and present his perspective.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, staff, it's certainly been our pleasure and our privilege to assist you in making good financial decisions for the taxpayers of Miami Beach. We work with many municipalities throughout the state, and I can tell you Miami Beach and your team at Miami Beach and your elected officials are at the top of the pack. So it's an honor to have the opportunity to assist you in this fantastic project. I don't have a formal presentation prepared. I am here to answer questions, but I will say this, that overall, this is a world-class marina and an excellent location for a luxury residential condominium. So both of those components are absolutely top of the market. I think that the planned capital improvements to the marina are needed and will help benefit it and help it maintain its competitive position in the market. With regard to the air rights piece, I will tell you that I apologize. My staff in our haste to get the revised report out failed to provide you with the most current draft, which I will do after the meeting today. And we did adjust the value upward slightly from $70 million to $71,500,000, excuse me. The purpose of that was actually, or the reason was because of the additional sellable square feet, and the price per square foot that was proposed went up slightly. So if you look at the conclusion of 71.5, that's about 16% of the projected gross sellout, which is reasonable. Usually you'll see gross sellouts, or excuse me, land value as a percent of gross sellout range from 10 to 20%. With the top of the range being, 50, 60-story buildings on the ocean during a peak economy. And then, of course, the lower end being, the lower end of the scale. I would rate this site as an absolute Class A site. I think that while it's not an ocean site, it does enjoy city views. It's south of Fifth. It's just one of the best remaining sites available, so we acknowledge that. I think the one of the factors that we did consider was just the absolute state of the global economy right now and just the unknowns that are out there. This is an election year. We're not sure really what's going to happen afterwards. So there is a bit of a pause in the market, although long term we feel very strongly. So if you look at the two appraisals, one's at 19% of sellout, one's at 16% of sellout. And I would argue that that's a really good, fairly tight range, even though there are millions of dollars that we're talking about. But in terms of just the bracketing of a percent of sellout, the 16 and 19% is what I would expect to see on a project like this. So with that, at this point, I'll conclude my comments, and I'm obviously here to answer any questions. So thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Minor, you had your hand up, and then Commissioner Samuelin. Huh? What, Eric?
The other appraiser is also here. Did we want to hear from him also?
Yes.
Stuart, you want to say a few words?
Yes. Give me a second. I'm just unmuting. And I'm starting video. Yes. Hello, everybody. I do not have a formal presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions about the appraisal process, scope of work. And yes, two appraisals were done. The first being a mid-rise building, and the second request coming back as a taller tower. The two main variables or changes in the process is mid-rise versus high-rise, and I believe 5,000 square feet additional sellable area. There was additional value in the sellout. As you can imagine, a mid-rise versus a high-rise. The high-rise has more premium views and more premium units that can sell for higher price per square foot. So I believe the second tower goes as high as 30 or 31 stories. So that did have a positive impact on the gross sellout. We did consider the developer's construction costs because of some of the unique variables with developing a site like this. However, we do consider it a Class A site, especially on the upper floors. You could have flow-through units. Regardless, you would have both bay and ocean views at those levels. So the pricing for the upper floors goes up. The average sellout price also moves north, and it becomes a very desirable, high quality property. We also did consider where we are today as far as market conditions, election, COVID, and all those things, except offsetting a lot of those issues is a project of this is only now being discussed and prepared. There's pre-sales, and development doesn't really even occur for 24, 36 months. So once you start getting out, 36 months, I think you clear a lot of the current issues. And at that juncture, the developer now has possibly the only high-rise site south of 5th. And therefore, we just see a lot of value in that. We see, from a developer's point of view, an exclusivity within the market to be able to deliver high-quality luxury units in the south of 5th submarket. And again, although we're not doing the proposed development, those factors all get baked into land value and value of the air rights. So we did, we did go back and felt that the value increase was warranted. And even before that, we see a lot of value potential in the site. And again, having a very highly developed submarket, being able to, as a developer, be able to deliver inventory into that market 3 years out lends itself to a lot of value. So if there's any questions I can answer, I'll be more than happy to. Again, other than that, I don't have a formal presentation. The report is the presentation.
Chair, can I follow up with a couple of questions?
Yeah, your
Yes,
hand is
go
up
ahead.
and Commissioner Samuelin's hand is.
Okay, great. Just two, I think two just follow-up questions. So the 55 million in cash that the city is receiving for the air, in exchange for the air rights, do you believe the city is receiving fair value?
The 55 million and the other considerations are negotiated items that are outside the market value of what I believe those air rights are. So the market value assumes cash or cash equivalent. If there's other considerations, like Eric had mentioned, and that I am aware of, the other considerations being CapEx dollars, park space, and what have you, if those in your mind add up to the value that we published, then it is a fair market value. So again, I don't want to get into valuing the contribution of the CapEx or the value contribution of the park. If commission is comfortable with all those pieces adding up to the 87 million or the 70 or something in between the Walter appraisal and my appraisal, then I assume then that's a well-negotiated fair market value.
And I guess just the same question for Walter.
Walter?
Unmute.
Walter, you're on mute.
Walter, you're on mute.
I'm sorry very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Great question. I would concur with Stuart that the extent of the value of those components are really a business decision. That's not really our jobs as appraisers to determine those values, but what we did opine on, and we both feel comfortable with, is opining on the valuation of the air rights of the real estate component, if you will. And if you as a city and as an elected body feel comfortable that there are corresponding offsets that fall within that range, then that would be a good business decision that you could make as an elected body.
Thank you.
Are you satisfied, Commissioner Minor?
Yeah, let's hear from everyone else, and I'll circle back if I have anything
Okay,
else.
Commissioner Samulin, and then
Yes.
Mayor Gelber after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is probably best directed to Eric. Eric, without getting in the weeds, we're talking about 20% difference, $15.5 million. Can you give us in simple layman's language, what is driving the delta on the appraisals?
As
I
far
don't
as,
mean to interrupt, but I think I can help on this if it's okay. I mean,
sure.
I haven't read Stuart's report, but I've known Stuart for many, many years. He's a good friend and a fellow professional. So I have nothing but good words to say about Stuart. If this were a Walgreens store or a bank ground lease, that things that are traded as more of a commodity and happen every day, then the scientific part of an art and science binary combination that appraisers bring to the table would be more in play. But when you have the valuation of a high-rise luxury condo site or land in general, where there could be a variation of development options or development solutions or approaches to valuation, you're going to get a bit more variance there. In this instance, Stuart mentioned that they looked at and relied on the developer's cost, which is also a very frequent and common way to value property. That's something that we do very frequently as well. For us, we just approached it as a percent of gross sellout rather than sort of a developer's method where we use the developer's cost and compare it with other costs. We just felt for a couple of reasons. Number one, the developers' costs right now are very preliminary and they're subject to change. And so we just didn't feel comfortable in that regard, relying on them to ultimately peg our valuation. And we did not really have comparable costs of other projects since this is kind of unique. I mean, we've completed assignments on over 400 vertical projects, some of Miami Beach and Surfside, Bal Harbor, up and down the coast in Florida. And most of those had a more traditional design and a more more basic sort of approach to it. This is unique in that way. So it kind of makes the cost unique. And I just think the difference here is that Stuart felt comfortable utilizing those costs and comparing those costs. And I'm sure he did a good job at that. Whereas we just took more of an approach of a price per square foot of sellable building area. How much can the developer sell? And then kind of compared that to his gross sellout projection of $2,050 per square foot, which is reasonable right now, in our opinion. I think that's a reasonable sellout. That's Mr. Martin is a very quality developer, very professional. He has, worked and completed many other good projects. So, we felt like that number was a good number, and we sort of worked off that in a more simplified manner for this appraisal. So anytime you have land appraising, there's always a potential for a minor delta. But as I stated when I opened up, 15 to 20% is a typical range for condo sellout land sales. And so for us to sort of land in that 16, 17 to 19, even though there are millions of dollars, which is not a small amount of money, the range is reasonably consistent. And I would argue if you had 2 or 3 other professional appraisers, look at the same set of input assumptions, then you start to see it cluster around in between those numbers. I think that's what you probably end up seeing. But that's a great question.
Thank you. Go ahead, Eric.
Commissioner, I would just add to that, I think some of the challenge around this appraisal is trying to figure out how this property interacts with the marina property, which is going to be separate and apart from it. This isn't a straight land sale. This is really a sale of air rights over top of another facility that's going to be owned by the city and leased to the marina operator. So there's definitely some interplay there that I think the 2 different appraisers, when we talked to them, looked at that slightly differently.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, Mayor Gelber, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to thank Eric for the job he's done on this. He's been working along with our team pretty diligently, and this is a really formidable project that this is about. They're taking something, and when we entered into this lease decades ago, that area was underdeveloped and had no sort of real vitality to it. So all the equities on what we were getting were when we really had a very difficult position to negotiate from. And so a lot of what we have in that area is not exactly current, and it's not best of class, and it's not what I think that area has become in the last 20 years and certainly the last 10 years. And I think my colleagues, you really should think about just in the middle of a pandemic, Eric and Raphael and Jason from the city attorney's office were able to negotiate a fairly complex plan that not only improves the building that's there, so it's, as Commissioner Minor points out, slender and tall, rather than sort of a wall that you'll actually be able to see the water when you walk by now in that area. But it also has created an enormous amenities, not the least of which is a park, an upgraded marina, upland, tens of millions of dollars into that. So this was a pretty complex thing. And I appreciate the work from Mr. Lieberman and Mr. Duke. Just so you know, though, the developer still carries risk in this thing. And that risk is not lost on me. It's fortunate that the developer is a Miami Beach resident. He'll have to drive by whatever happens and he builds. But at the end of the day, this is a very substantial reformation of this area at a time when it's really difficult to do a whole lot of other things. And so I just want to thank Eric and our lawyers and the whole team, because I know personally they've been working extremely hard on it, and you're not going to please everybody. This is another one of those Rubik cubes area of our city where whatever you do, you know, unless you know how to do one of those things, you end up messing another side up. But they really were managed to, I think, do a great job. So I'm very grateful to you. And I think ultimately we probably won't see it, at least those of us on the commission now, maybe it'll come to fruition many, many years from now, but I think we'll be very proud of it. And I think the residents will be very happy with this top of class area that is going to come from it. So thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for your comments, Mayor. There is one member from the public who'd like to speak, and then we can move this back to the dais and hopefully move forward. Wayne, I recognize you. I can only imagine what you're about to say.
Thanks, Ricky. You know, I heard the narrative, and the reality is 4 years ago, we had an offer from a developer for upwards of $150 million cash. The final offer would have been 150. He made an offer for 120, but he was negotiable. He was also going to improve the South Point School by adding a whole floor, plus other benefits. So this comparative to that is, and the FAR on that development, although it was 2 buildings, which was not conducive to the area, the FAR was less. So I think that's a basis for our understanding of what the value of the property is. What's more, I reviewed the appraisals, and it's based on 225,000 square feet usable. And if I take the square footage of 120 by 120, which is the square footage of the building times 30 floors, I get 433,000 feet, which is, you know, double. And there's only 2 units per floor, which means there's no lobbies on the floors. So the only loss factor is, you know, on the 10% due to the elevators and the fire escapes. So I'm not even understanding the appraisal. It's based on data that's incorrect. We have a past experience where we've been offered well more than double, probably close to triple, with more social benefits. So I don't even understand. During the pandemic, you guys put this forward, and there was no community involvement until yesterday when Mr. Martin presented to Morano Grande, where hundreds of residents are upset because they're going to lose 30% of their value on their property on the south side, and well more than the 50 million that the city gains. So the whole deal is bad? The
2 minutes are
timing?
up. Okay. Let's come back up. Mayor Gelber, is your hand still up? No. Okay. Is it up? Okay. Eric, Commissioner Samuel, and your
Yeah,
hand's up.
I would just appreciate if either Eric or one of our appraisers would address the comment that there's a material difference on the usable square foot. I heard 225, 433, just so we all in the public understands the reality of that. I'd appreciate a comment.
I'd be happy to start that. And then if Stuart or Walter want to jump in, I welcome their additional input. The first concept that we have to talk about is FAR. FAR is the actual under air conditioned space. The tower dimension 120 by 120 is inclusive of balconies. So we know we've restricted the FAR on the property, the maximum FAR that can be used, because that's all that's available, and that's the cap that's put in the development agreement is 275,000 square feet. And that's total area, outside wall to outside wall under air space. From that 275,000 square feet, you have to take out common areas, lobbies, elevators, amenity spaces. The fact that they're expecting a $2,000 per square foot sellable means that there's going to have to be significant amenities that go along with this property in order to achieve that per square foot price. So you're deducting all of those common areas from the 275,000 square feet to get to a number of square feet sellable. Common place in the industry is about 20%, and that's right where you land. If you take 20% of the 275, I think you end up with 220,000 square feet of sellable.
Yeah, if I could also, right, there's sellable or FAR, floor area ratio, and then there's FLR, floor lot ratio, which is the gross. So on top of the 275, there's from the literature we were provided, there's 68,000 square feet of 1 to 3 floors of retail and office, which is ultimately part of the podium. And then there will be some structured parking, which is about 350 to 400 square feet per space, roughly estimated another 80 to 90,000 square feet. So the speaker, the person from the public, Wayne, he's not too far off on the gross. We weren't provided with detailed design. We were only provided with concept design drawings. But with that said, there's rules of thumb. There's an envelope that this whole project has to fit within. So again, when you're done with the gross tower, the podium, retail office space, and the structured parking, you are touching about 430,000 square feet on the gross. And then, as Eric said, correct, there's about it could be 20 to 50,000 square feet in amenity areas. There's about 15% in core areas. And of course, again, you exclude on the sellable, you exclude the podium, the office, retail, which will be operated as part of the marina. And then the parking is also excluded from the sellable area. Even though there is some profit and there is some revenue stream from selling those spaces with the unit at some juncture, depending on how they're marketed, the net that we were provided for this scope of work was the 220,000 square feet of sellable area. Now, there was some light discussion, and it wouldn't be unheard of if there would be some additional add-on sellable square feet between the 220 and the 275. And of course, if the developer was able to add another 10 or 20,000 square feet, certainly, again, there would be more value stacked into his sellable analysis. So, again, staying within the parameters of the preliminary, I want to keep saying preliminary concept design, that's where we're falling. So again, if later down the road, if the design changes, or if there's more sellable area that wants to be looked at, we can, revisit the scope of work and revisit the process.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's all, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Okay. Eric, Raul, what do we need to do here? Just to
I
put
think
this in
this
the
was
right
just,
posture?
this was just an advisory item. It was a discussion. I don't know that we need any kind of motion. And you will hear this again next Wednesday on the 29th.
Okay, so action by us will happen on the 29th then.
Correct.
Okay, colleagues, if there's no more comments, it's 2:00. That gives us the perfect 30-minute lunch break, and we'll start at 2:30. Is that okay?
Yeah, this is going to be for the public listening at 2:30. We're supposed to start at 1. Our commission resiliency workshop will begin. So we'll reconvene at 2:30. And PJ, should we leave our Zooms on, or do you want us to re-enter? We always mess this up.
Yeah, you can just leave it on. Just have the cameras off and have it muted.
Mute and cameras so people don't see how you eat your lunch.
Hello?
1 second, Mary Lou. I'll be with you in 1 second.